Everyone to another stream. I am Mr. Relix. We're playing on Chunkmist today. How's it going? Hello, strange Canadian man. It's me, Toreg. Do you remember me? It's been a while. I missed a stream. Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're just starting, but we're clearly almost done, Toreg. Signed up for an agility stream. You're telling me we have more activities? Madness. Yes, we do have a few more activities. As you can see here from our inventory, we're a little low on stuff. And if you look, we're about 2,000 experience away from another level. I'm not even going to show you the level. We are going to start with just a little bit of agility. So you are going to have a little bit of agility training. So, hooray. Once we hit that level, we will discuss what the new little events are going to happen, what new unlocks we have, what we need to kill, things like that. I have been working hard, but mostly on, unfortunately, Damage Locked, the new series. If you've seen episode 0, it is out, and we fall down, of course. That's going to happen a lot. Go figure. It's agility. It's in a dungeon that we, unfortunately, do not have immunity from poison from, so that's life. But yeah, Damage Locked. I posted it a few days ago. Episode 0, it is out. If you haven't watched it yet, I highly recommend you do so. I'm working on episode 1 of Damage Locked right now, and then once episode 1 is out, I will then be working on the next Chunkmist episode. So it is going to go back and forth between Damage Locked and Chunkmist, just to keep things so everyone's moderately satisfied. Otherwise, it's going to, yeah, we don't want to bore too many people out of here, so to speak, so we're going to alternate. If there's like a massive grind like this, where it's just all agility all the time, we might focus on one series more than another. Oh, and of course you're getting some weird sounds, probably, because I don't have my headphones on yet, so you're probably getting some reverb. Hold on. How's the sound, by the way? We are just getting started. Sometimes it takes a little bit to actually get things going. Can everyone hear me all right? Also, why is Runescape not picking up the sound? It should be. Audio. Oh, there we go. I think it's doing it now. The ledge is being used. Oh boy. Well, that's interesting. Looks like we can be trolled. Okay, so if the troll comes back, obviously he's not going to be here today, but if the troll pops up, yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that you couldn't cross the ledge if someone else was using the ledge. That's interesting. Huh. I have to learn Veil Totems and skill minigame of the week for my clan. Well, if you need any help learning Veil Totems, I know a whole bunch about it, Toreg. Thanks to Damage Locked and the preamble that was in episode 0 mentioned, that happens to be an event, a minigame, a skilling minigame that I do know ample about. Absolutely ample. Basically the ins and outs of the entire thing. I de-ironed my OSRS, dude. Oh no, Ice, why'd you do that? Why? Why? No, I'm kidding. Everyone has their reasons. I mean, enjoy regular life. Enjoy hunting down PvPers. Or being a PvPer yourself. No, don't enjoy that. That's bad. We don't want that. We never want that. No PvPers in here. No, I'm kidding. Whatever. You do you. Doesn't matter. So, we are 1,800 experience away from this magical level up, which I haven't told you about yet. 23 experience at a time, and as you can see, from when we started last week, we're falling quite a bit less now. Not into, like, we're still falling, but we are definitely falling less. It's nice to see the actual percentage starting to scale down. I don't know the exact numbers on it. Unfortunately, I'm already a little ways up. I thought, oh, you know those really cool wiki graphs that show like the percentage of chance of you falling and how it's this linear graph that goes up? I don't think anyone has done that for this exact balancing ledge, and it's probably not going to start now. But it's interesting to think that that information hasn't really been seen, because it's just such an abnormally terrible thing to do. No one wants to spend hours and hours leveling from basically 40 to 67 on this. I think that's when the rate of falling goes to 0%. Yeah. By the way, you might be wondering, why the heck are you wearing armor during agility? Well, fortunately, and I did test this, armor does not affect the fail rate of this particular agility obstacle. It is not weight related. But you know what is? The chance of being poisoned by those poison spiders in the basement. So that's why we take our absolute best gear, our best defensive gear, including our Amulet of Defense. Who would have thought we'd ever actually get some use out of the Amulet of Defense? But, like, we have it, and we're using it. We might as well. And it's been helpful, because, like, when we drop down in the pit, as you'll see fairly soon, I'm sure, we're going to get hit by a spider, and it's either going to poison us, or it's going to do a 0. So, I'm loving the zeros. The armor is actually quite helpful for that. I'm a full RS3 convert now. I can't be asked to farm Ironman stuff in old school. I'll be using OSRS to fund bonds for both games. I mean, RS3 was my home for the longest time, Ice. I definitely see the appeal to it. And now that they've gotten rid of the microtransactions and most of all of the junk that was on there, there's still some cosmetics and stuff like that, but oh, see, there we go, we fell, and there's the hit. It's a 0, no poison, we don't have to use our strange fruit. Now 12 is a little low, so we are going to drink a jug of wine. But yeah, RS3, could things still poison with a 0? Yes, they can, but only if it registers as a hit and you have Protect Melee on. So if we fell and we had Protect Melee on, we could negate their hit to a 0, but the poison would still hit. That is a great question, though. I have tested that. We can actually, you know what? We'll throw it on. Boom, we can see. I didn't get poison there. You know what? When we fall next time, we're going to protect from melee, and then we're going to sit down there for a good minute. Ah, there we go. Fallen. Okay, there's a 0. There's a 0. 0. We're going to just test it. Bam, right there. So we got poisoned even though it hit a 0 because it registered a hit, and the only reason why it did 0 damage is because of the protection prayer. So it's post-damage mitigation that the poison cares about. It's not pre-damage mitigation, which is kind of an interesting concept. It means that, and that's the same for Joger, like the Zogers and Skogers in the Uglug crits with disease damage. Same concept of it can hit you, and even though it hits a 0, it can still give you disease, which is interesting, or at least it is for me. PvP, Player versus Pizza, I love that game. I love Player versus Pizza too, can't you tell? Actually, I haven't had pizza in quite a long time. I've been pretty strict on what I've been eating recently, and I've lost quite a bit of weight, actually. I think I'm down 22 pounds or so, which isn't nothing. The first 15 or so was what I would consider water weight. I lost that within like a week and a half or 2 weeks, and then now it's been slowly climbing down, but it's quite a bit of dedication in order to lose weight right now. But yeah, I am seeing some progress, and I'm feeling better because I'm eating much more rounded, balanced meals now with actual vegetables and stuff, which is, it's nice. I don't make my own pizza now. I see what you meant by Chunkmist wasn't in a fun spot before. Yeah, Chunkmist is definitely not in a fun spot. This is my grind. Do you know how long this grind's gonna be? Until level 89, okay? We have 80 freaking 9 agility to get to, which is like 4.5 million experience. I did the math. It is like 450 hours of clicking back and forth on this balancing ledge with optimal XP after level 67 when we stop falling down, which means it's going to actually take probably closer to 500 hours, which is going to be, honestly, months and months of work. And that's if I was doing this full-time, all the time, on the side, and then not producing anything else. Because, as you can imagine, if you're clicking something like this, you can't exactly work on anything else. Now, there have been some people that have suggested, oh, why don't you just get a foot pedal? Well, it's because I don't have another computer, and I'm not able to, like, you need your mouse to actually click on something. Yeah, once you hit that level, can you just foot pedal? You technically can, yes, you can foot pedal. The problem is besides this, I'd need a separate device to be able to still edit and do other things. Unfortunately, everything is solar here. It's a small space. I need a laptop. So, like, what I actually have to work with is very restricted. Unless I somehow get a second laptop and then do a foot pedal thing on the side with that second laptop, I'm kind of in a hooped scenario. There's nothing really I can do about that. Apparently there is, like, one particular angle you can sit here and you can just click on one spot. I think it's like this. I think I saw it in the Josh Isn't Gaming video. No, there's a very specific angle or something that you can click on. I haven't found it yet, shockingly. I think it's right there, actually. Yo, glad I could make it. Hold on, did I just find the foot pedal spot? No, I did not. Let's see, yeah, no, it's way down here. How's the grind going? It's not too great, honestly. We are going to hit a level, and then we're going to discuss what the other things are doing. So I just need to send you a laptop. Yeah, technically, a laptop and a foot pedal would do the trick. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be a new laptop. But no, don't send me a laptop. That would be crazy. Yeah, it's kind of funny though. You need very little to play RuneScape, but the thing is, you need to be able to record that as well, and I don't know, it gets weird. Eventually, that might be a scenario that I do look into, is getting some, like, second-hand laptop from a pawn shop or something that costs, like, $100 or $200, and I might be able to use that. What if I want to be crazy? I mean, you can be as crazy as you want. It's just, there's no need for it. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, by the way, we're kind of going through our wines a little bit. I thought, there's no way we could use our 16,500 jugs of wines. Turns out we're using it just fine. Our strange fruit is actually getting down there too. We're at 30. 30 left. We had like 70 or 80 starting, which is a problem. It's a bit of a problem, but yeah. I thought 300 grind on the other RuneScape was something crazy. Yeah, this is near 500. Now, I did find out that we can actually reduce that grind by about 105 hours if we get our hunter level to 83, which is much easier and much faster than this. As you can imagine, I mean, this is optimally, give you an idea, optimally getting agility levels here with the with a foot pedal in whatever spot it is, gives 15,000 experience an hour. That is the best case scenario. I'm getting about 7 or 8 just because of the amount of times I fall, have to go up. Like, I'm losing out on like 2 or 3 crossings every time I fall, right? Because this only takes a few seconds. Falling down, running over, getting up, me paying attention, anti-poisoning, healing, go onto the bank, stuff like that. We need 89 agility. 89 off of this. As soon as we level up, we'll talk about what level we're at, and then you can get an idea. And keep in mind, we have been stuck here for a couple weeks already, okay? It has been several weeks. So you'd think, couple weeks, you know, you're probably, what, halfway there? No, I don't think you understand. 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, or let's just say 5 days a week. 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, that is 40 hours. That's a 40-hour grind. we have a 500-hour grind. So that is 10 weeks, 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. That is a full-time job for basically 2.5 months. And then that gets us 400 hours. We still got 100 to go. Okay? That sucks. That's not great. And that's not even all of the grind, because Solaran is actually going to be a little bit of a problem as well. So Solaran the Twisted, we have to kill it 100 times. The problem is Solaran can only be damaged with mind runes. We don't have a great source of mind runes. There's 2 potential sources we could get mind runes from. Either the wizards upstairs in the Yanille magic zone, whatever it's called. We could get them from them. We can kill a lot of them pretty quickly, and their mind rune drops are not terrible. Let's look them up real quick. This is the wizards. Boom. B screen. Mind runes, 12 at a time, 1 in 64, and then a 1 in 42 chance of getting 5 of them. So ultimately, we're getting... we gotta kill a lot of them. The other option, of course, is back to our Ogress Shamans, which is our other Mind Rune method, which is 10 to 20 every 1 in 23.2, which is almost... It's basically... It's a rune every 2 kills, basically. Or a rune every 1.5 kills, on average. We can't go through as many Ogress Shamans, but that's... Okay. I forever question the sanity of using agility shortcuts as valid training methods. Unfortunately, when I made the series, I didn't think about it. That's all there is to it. Unfortunately, that is just how the cookie crumbles for us. The thing is once you start a series, you can't really back down and change your rules. There are long grinds, there's masochism, and then there's using agility shortcuts. Yeah. Yeah, there is. We have a lot of agility shortcuts, but that doesn't mean much. And speaking of, there's a big level right there. That is level 50 agility. We're going to respond with, so many obstacles. There we go. So many shortcuts, so much poison, spiders everywhere. There we go. So what does level 50 give us? Well, it gives us access to, drumroll, Falador Rooftop Course. That would have been handy. The Colossal Worm Rooftop, or Basic Course, which would have been handy had we gotten that. The Stepping Stones in Mauritania. Nope. Summershore Rock Scramble. I have no idea where that is. That's actually interesting. Where is the Summershore? Summershore Rocks. That's on the Conch. So that's a sailing locked place. We can now use crystal weaponry. That's kind of cool. Okay, but it didn't unlock anything here. Now, why is that? Well, it's because... we actually unlocked it at level 49, and it is this obstacle pipe right here. Congratulations. We have access to what are called... They're just skeletons, but they're actually armored skeletons. They have a completely different drop rate as regular skeletons. So we gotta kill 100 of them. And if we look at our task list... Hold on, let me bring it over. Also full screen. Yeah, this is what we can go through this pipe. These skeletons are what we can kill. Boop, bonk. Alright, we look here. We gotta kill 100 of these skeletons and Solaran. Solaran has a drop. These guys have no drops that we can't access elsewhere. So we do have 100 of those to kill, which is cool. Besides that, it's just really farming tasks and the agility rooftop stuff. So it's just farming and agility from this point forward, except for Solaran, which is going to be really interesting. Yeah. So if we look at our stats right now, oh, actually, our attack is doing pretty okay. But if you look at our gear, it's not exactly suited for combat. Why do we have a mithril longsword? Well, it's because it actually gives a defensive bonus. Once again, I equipped myself on this agility course for maximum defense. And the +2 that the longsword gives can make the difference between a hit and a miss, which means one less of these fruits that are going to be eaten. Now we're going to top up. We probably shouldn't top up with all these wines, but I'm gonna drink a few of them. We're gonna just respec into our more damagey gear, which involves our rune scimitar. So happy we actually have that. Let's see, we got an amulet of power, which is a significant improvement. It's technically only a +1 or -1 boost to all defenses compared to the amulet of defense, but the +1 can make a difference. Alright, so we are all ready to kill some skeletons. Except for the food. We need a little bit of food. We're gonna take, let's say, 15 lobsters, and we're also gonna take, we're gonna make sure to take a couple of these strange fruit in case we fall down the agility course. Okay? Crossing that ledge is my best method. That is correct. 23 experience at a time, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That is it. And that is right up to, that's right up to the end. That is my best method. Is strength ammi not a max hit, or does the accuracy help that much? The accuracy is generally more helpful than, it might be a max hit, but I find the accuracy just generally more beneficial. Plus, of course, it does give armor bonus, which means we're taking less hits. And we have to kill 100 or something. Yeah, it makes a bit of a difference. These skeletons are also level 45, so they're not tiny. But the thing is we don't actually have to worry about the skeletons dealing damage. Because we can just protect melee. We can use the Chaos Altar, take 15 fall damage, and just use the lobsters to heal up from the fall damage, which is kind of funny. Do you limit yourself to the area, or could you go to a different unlocked chunk? There are other agility methods in our chunk. Yes. Or in our different chunks. The problem is oh, there's a bronze bar. Fancy. The problem is none of them give the 15,000 agility experience that we need compared to, like, it's like 6,000, 5,000, 8,000. We haven't found anything that gives a decent amount of agility experience yet. There's nothing that I can find. So, do these skeletons, yeah, they count as their own creature. There it is. Oh, hold on. Let's get back out this thing, and let's set up our kill tracker, which is kind of fun. Skeletons monitor 100. There we are. There's our monster monitor at the top. Boom. Now we can get in there and you can see our progress. Maybe it's worth to kill some tribesmen for super anti-poisons to save bank trips for the fruits. The thing is, the tribesmen also poison, and they poison way harder, which means we're using more super anti-poisons there than we are here, and we just got remarkably lucky when we were over there. I can't expect that amount of super anti-poisons to drop from the tribesmen all the time. We statistically should not have gotten that many super anti-poisons from them. So it's not objectively going to be worthwhile for us to do that. Really? Okay, Leo. Okay, Leo, we're gonna help you. Holy cow. Wow, the odds of a Leo random starting right now, that's kind of funny. Alright. We'll help with some graves. Yeah. Sorry, I need to go back up and read some of your comments. Y'all are talking so fast. So happy I have the worm course. Once I unlock an actual agility method. Neon, that is great. I would have loved that, yeah. Laramie wants to argue it falls under meme grinds. 15k is generally the cutoff for meme grinds. It's technically over 15k once we hit 67. It's really, it's on the fence. It's on the fence. Do you limit yourself to the... let's see, blah, 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 might be worth... Yeah, okay, we're all caught up on the comments. There we go. All right, Leo. Let's get your graves done. Also, if you hear a little background sound, that is my air conditioning unit. It is toasty. It's a meme grind until 67. Yeah, technically, it is a meme grind until 67. I was in top chat again. Whoops. Yeah, that's the thing. YouTube's weird. Top chat versus live chat makes a difference. I'm fortunately in live chat now, so let's see. There's the woodcutting one. Put that in there. I do not hear it. You're good. Oh, okay, good. You might hear the beeping maybe if I turn it off. Beep. And you might hear like the difference in background noise once it turns off. I mean, there's the power generator also going right now, or the inverter, which is trying to catch up or cool itself off because it's been running the air conditioner unit. But, hold on, that's planting. Where is it? The seed dibber. There it is. You can tell there is a bit of a different background noise. And there's the pot. There's the pot right there. Let the community decide. No, this is part of the rule set. Like a light found noise barely noticeable. Yeah, exactly. It's not too loud. And no, the thing is if I start doing community votes for things like this, it's going to be like this all the time. Where every time we have any sort of friction in the rules, in being rough, then it's going to be responded in kind with, oh, let's just adapt the rules around it. You know what's funny is using a lamp in agility would be basically 25 balancing wedges back and forth. We're still throwing this into Slayer. We need to throw it into Slayer. Speaking of, that is 42 Slayer from lamps. We can now kill fever spiders and wear the Slayer gloves. It's getting up there. What's our goal in Slayer? That is, again, 48 for the Lesser Nagawa. We can't, of course, do that. We don't have that area unlocked, but I really want to be able to do that quest when we do actually unlock that area. Yeah, I needed to be your call for things like rare drop tables. Yeah, the rare drop tables was enough of a change. Gem drop tables, I could accept that rule. It was a disgusting grind of, you know, killing several thousand things for a chaos and a nature talisman, but I could manage that. It was manageable, all right? There was an end in sight. But as soon as the rare drop table appeared, that became our first case scenario of, oh, this is awful, right? This is a terrible, terrible grind. If any of you need a refresher on that, that is basically, there's a 1 in 3,000 drop from the fire giant, or 1 in 3,200 or so, that drops a rune bar on the rare drop table. And what that would technically do is force us to be able to make an item with that rune bar. A best in slot item. Likely we'd make a rune hatchet or something like that. The problem is then we'd have to farm for more. So we'd probably have to do 50, 60, 70,000 fire giants in order to get the rune bars required for a rune chain body, and a rune two-hander, and a rune basically every other item. Because we'd have to make it all. Speaking of, 98 smithing grind. That's gonna be fun. Yeah, so obviously we saw that as, oh, that's an absolute meme grind. There's a reason why Extreme Onechunk Ironman don't use the rare drop table. I wanted to make this series as extreme adjacent as I could without being meme grindish. So in other words, that's why we don't have skill capes. But we do have the everydrop rule, which does push it into the supreme category, right? We have a give and take here. I wanted to be adjacent. I didn't want to be under or over the extreme rule set, just somewhere along the sidelines. The gem drop table, good. Rare drop table, bad. That's the line that I set. That rune bar triggering whatever's fair game. What I'm arguing here is not to change the rules, but to interpret a rule already set in the correct way. It does feel like a case for Supreme Court. Yeah, not to mention 70 crafting for glory just as a treat. Well, I already have 62 crafting, and we have a pretty decent crafting method. 70 crafting is a minimal issue. Like, 70 crafting is fine, honestly. It's not too bad at all. Technically, we could even create, you know, we could do some glass blowing if we so desired, because we do have a furnace. We do have access to all the ingredients. Not that I'd want to do that. That would be awful. Ugh. Yuck. Just because the furnace is... Actually, it's not as far from a bank. I have to always realize, we're no longer... Port Khazard... Oh, hold on. Why isn't my... bunk. There we go. So, if we... Port Khazard is no longer our closest bank to the furnace. The furnace is right here. We now have this bank. It's not as close as that bank. But this run... That's manageable. Bank, furnace, bank, furnace. That's doable, right? That's not awful. But still, 98 smithing. That's not going to be great. We decided against that. That was clearly a meme grind. Considering all the hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of fire giants that I'd have to kill for that, not to mention all of the smithing from... Yeah, we have 67 smithing. Getting that to 98. Like, it took us months to hit 500,000 experience. It would take us years to hit 98, which would kill the account, right? It ultimately came down to, will this kill the account? The answer was yes. The smithing would have killed the account. The agility is definitely a crappy addition. Like, I am not going to have fun with this thing. It's going to suck. Is it going to kill the account? No, I don't think so. And we will definitely be better off after it. New area. This little section is definitely a new area. We can now squeeze through this pipe thanks to our agility. But this is the Yanille Dungeon. Yeah. The problem is the agility. Also, if you are comparing us to the videos, then yes, this is... yeah, the videos are a little bit behind right now. So there are going to be some minor spoilers in this stream if you're only caught up with the videos. Okay? Heads up. Yeah. Anyways, we are 16% done killing these skeletons. The problem with the Supreme Court is the scenario is a random Canadian called Relix. Yeah, the thing is, yeah, Supreme Court doesn't apply to me. Actually, there is a Supreme Court in Canada as well, so that happens. Oh, almost had a beginner clue scroll. Aw, shucks. Darn. You know what we can do with a beginner clue scroll? Nothing. We can do 0 things. So, our prayer ran out. Okay? We have all of this juicy, juicy lobster. And guess what? We have a chaos altar here. We click this. Boom, full prayer. Oh, what's happening? Boom, 15 damage. We're now in the dungeon. That is why poison spiders were added to this chunk, by the way, once we were able to get over here. Is because we can guarantee drop ourselves in. Oh, speaking of. Ah, double speaking of. That is why we brought strange fruit. Goal to reach today, we want to kill 100 of these monsters. After that, we're going to talk about how I'm going to end up cutting our 500-hour grind into a 400-hour grind. Actually, we can talk about that now. So, how can we take this grind on this and shrink it down by 100 hours. Keep in mind that is 2.5 weeks of solid going back and forth on this balancing ledge at optimal 15k an hour speeds. How do you do that? Well, there's only two ways of doing it. Either you find a faster method, or you cut down on the required number of levels you need to get. Which do you think that is? Let me know. Let me know. Which of those two do you think it is? Did we find a faster method of agility? Or did we find a way of boosting our level a little bit? Past the +1 that we already have. That's why we have 89. And not 90, because we do have a +1 boost. I always need to retextualize my multi-day long alchemical hydro grind when compared to things that other people are choosing to do boosting. Yes, I am Sunshine, you are correct. So, what boosts are there available to a chunker? Well, there's the agility potion. Of course, we can't do that. And Commander, summer pies. That is correct. Now, what is a method of summer pie? How can we get summer pies? Well, we can farm them. Yeah. But we don't have an allotment patch, so we can't make strawberries or watermelons. That's problematic. Implings, again, correct. So which summer pie is dropped by Implings? We don't need high farming for that. You're right. We don't need high farming for that. The problem is we don't have the chunks for that. We don't have the allotment patch for that. Oh, hi, Chelsea. How's it going? Huh. Oh, you got that nice AoE, that cool new sword. That's cool. Dragon. That is also correct. So, if we look here, the summer pie, is dropped by Muspa, Starlight Gree Growler. Obviously, we don't have the God Wars dungeon. Shameful. Why couldn't we just have the God Wars dungeon? Be done with it. But also Dragon Implings, Cerberus, and Elite Clue Caskets at a 1 in 32. So, we have one potential method of getting Elite Clue Caskets, and that's from like a 1 in 1500 chance from pickpocketing heroes. We did that. That's awful. Because we have like a 1 clue step that we can complete in Elite. It would take us hundreds and hundreds of hours. So that's obviously not going to work. Now the Dragon Implings, though, you think here, oh, barehanded catching Implings, that's 93 Hunter. That'll take so much longer. We have a net. We only need 83 Hunter. Now what's harder to get? 70... Or sorry, hold on, what's our Hunter level? Yeah, 70 to 83 Hunter. Or 85 to 89 Agility. Well, clearly. Who is Annette? I don't know. Who is Annette? Annette D's nuts. I don't know what you're going for there, Kyle. Yeah. Yeah, with those butterflies. Yeah. The thing is we don't need to do it with those butterflies. Because in one level, that is 68k away, we also have a +1 boost. We can catch Impina boxes. That's why we had that. That's why we had our hunter training up to that level in the first place. We can catch those guys. I don't know the XP rates on those. They're not posted. They don't exist. Because no one really catches those. Dumb pun might be. Fair enough, Kyle. No one actually catches Impina boxes. It's a weird hunter method. But I do know what's better. So the risk is Dragonstone Bolt Tips. The risk... no. Dragonstone Bolt Tips requires what again? How is that a risk to us? I would like you to actually answer this. How would Dragonstone Bolt Tips be a problem for us? We don't have access to rune or dragon bolts. And even if we did, we already have 87 fletching. So that's not an issue. The bolt tips are not a problem. We already have a mystic robe. Technically, we can boost using a wizard's mind bomb to actually make a dragonstone amulet into an amulet of glory. So all of those are positives. Dragon arrows, those are fine too. Those are just the full arrows. We don't have a weapon to use them with. And oh no, we're going to have to shoot an arrow once we get a dark bow. That's not a problem. Dragonstone bolts. The enchantment. Okay, yeah, no. Enchant Dragonstone. Let's take a look at Enchant Dragonstone. That would be 68. We have 65. We can once again Wizard's Mind Bomb for that thing. Okay, that's not a problem then. Dragon Dart tip. We need Tourist Trap for that. So that's 95 that we just don't need to get. Okay. Dragon Dart tip, 95 fletching. Once we get Tourist Trap. Because we can't fletch them. We can't. It's quest locked. Dragon Javelin tips. Same problem. It's only the Dragon Arrow tips that poses a risk, and that is 90 fletching. We have 87 fletching. And we're 200k to 88 fletching. Okay. So that is the major risk, is the Dragon Arrow tips. These guys. 90 fletching. Okay. So that sucks. We also get tons of dragon bones, magic seeds, snapdragon seeds. There's the summer pie. We have an equal chance of getting the pie as we do the arrow tips. Okay, so there is some little risk involved. It's 3 levels in fletching. Now, what's faster, though? 3 levels in fletching, or 4 levels in agility. I would honestly, safely still say that getting the fletching levels would be faster. That doesn't sound too bad. It's not great, but it's objectively faster. Objectively faster to still just do, yeah. No, it's not terrible. It's just objectively faster to get to 90 fletching than it is, yeah. The Amulet Glory would be good. Yeah, all of these would be good except for the arrow tips. And even if we get the arrow tips, it's a few levels. And then once we get that, then we can just keep doing Dragon Implings, right? So I'm not seeing that as a major negative, not a major turnaround, right? I don't see it as a major negative. I see it as a potential risk that is still, even if we get the bad roll, is still worth it. It's a net negative. Hey, Relix, don't log up. Toreg, I get it. You like the yeah, okay, hold on. Gotta go get Mum's sandwich from the sandwich shop. Be back soon. I'm gonna be here for a while. We're doing a bit of agility. We're gonna do... Actually, you know what? We'll probably do Hunter today. We're probably gonna do some Hunter after this. Tourist Trap is just to smith them. You can put the feathers on. I'm pretty sure you don't. You can't. Dart tips are used to make... Just to smith them. It's a risk. Okay. That's interesting. See, now this is why I run things by you. Because if that's an actual scenario of... Then that's 95 fletching. At 95 fletching, they can be used to add... And it doesn't say... Hold on, let's check out Rune Dart tips. To smith darts, one must complete the Tourist Trap. There is no mention of the Tourist Trap here. Ooh. That is moderately dangerous. Okay. So, that's 95 fletching. Yeah, no, that does look like it is, in fact, a problem. Huh. Tourist Trap isn't required to actually put feathers on Dragon Dart tips. That's interesting. What about Lucky Implings? Lucky Implings is just clue scroll rewards, which, I mean, could be it as well. I mean, they have everything, and they have everything and anything at that point, in which it's just a huge gamble. It could be huge plus, huge minus. You're locked out of a quest you can't complete. What happens? Well, if you're locked out of a quest you can't complete, the quest isn't completed, and you move on. But, yeah, if you can feather Dragon Dart tips without Tourist Trap unlocks the ability to smith Dart tips, not feather them. Exactly, Neon. You are correct. So it seems like we would, in fact, have to get 95 fletching. Okay, that's a bad scenario. Is it the worst case scenario, though? I would still argue no. And here's why. What do we have access to? You're right. We have access to farming. And one of the fruit trees that we can end up growing at level 81 is the dragon fruit tree. Now, we have 52 farming currently, but we're going through our low-level seeds currently. We're still on oranges. And once we get higher, 81, we have a +3 boost, so technically 78. We can get dragon fruit. And what does dragon fruit do? Okay, Fandom Wiki claims you need Tourist Trap for Dragon Darts. Honestly? Pretty sure you need Tourist Trap? I'm not sure. I'm unsure. The Fandom Wiki says this. This doesn't say this. We need someone who has a high fletching level and no Tourist Trap to test this out. And I don't know who... that can be your loophole. You don't... I'm 100% sure. Okay, so Neon says you don't need Tourist Trap. The regular wiki says you don't. The Fandom Wiki claims that you do. We're gonna just imagine worst case scenario of you do have to. We still have dragon fruits, which means we can make dragon fruit pies. That's a +4 fletching boost, which means worst case scenario, that's 91 fletching. Okay, that's... what's worse? 91 fletching or 89 agility? I would still side with... even in that case, 91 fletching is still more manageable than 89 agility, opposed to 85 agility. Ability to create darts, not ability to smith dart tips. Okay. Yeah. So I think I'm siding with Neon here. I think we probably would need it. Now keep in mind, that is worst case scenario. Okay? Worst case scenario is we roll... we get the dragon darts. Okay, that's a 1 in 19 chance. So 1 in 19 chance we get the pies. 1 in 19 we get the arrows and the darts. All of them are kind of, yeah. Alright. Oh, we are full inventory. Let's go back to bank. Honestly, quite a few herbs from those skeletons. Kind of a shocker. Kind of funny. Oh, Techlin Lad, 89 strength. Fun fact, only one person can cross this ledge at a time. So, if I were to go back and forth on this and someone isn't spam clicking, you could completely lock someone out of the agility area. Which is weird. I still like the fletching grind better. I still do too. Because the fletching grind would be accompanied by a more direct farming grind. Like, because it's in that area... I would probably do more farming trips and push that level a little bit harder. Right now, fletching's kind of on the back burner just because there's so freaking much agility to do. Okay, that's cleared out. We're going to eat up. Top up here. Grab a couple more fruit just in case we fall down Spiderland. Head back in there. We're at 48 out of 100 skeletons. We're halfway there. You can do other things, I imagine, while you fletch. Exactly. Fletching grind also gives you future value, too. Well, I mean, agility gives us future value as well. But the thing is the future value is less. How much do the summer buys boost you? That is a +5 agility boost. So we save 4 whole levels. So we go from a +1 boost to a +5 boost. That is 4 levels. That is 105 hours of back and forth on this ledge that it saves, which is monotonous, right? It's absolutely monotonous. As opposed to clicking a tree and then fletching the tree, which honestly might be a little... I don't think it would be that much longer, especially if we did, again, maples. Maples are pretty quick. We could do willows. We could do all sorts of different trees. The maples are probably what I'm going to settle for, though. We could also, honestly, it's going to be a little faster because remember our smithing grind? Remember our smithing grind? Do you know how many of those bars we turned into arrow tips? It was a significant number. We have a lot of arrow tips. Which means, oh yeah, we could go kill some ospreys for a change of pace, get some feathers from that route, make a whole bunch of headless arrows, more fletching XP, and then boom. Iron, steel, little bit of mithril arrows. Quite a lot of positive... Quite a lot of... I mean, that's a lot of supplies. It's a lot of goodness, right? We could also kill chickens. I don't want to kill chickens. That's why osprey are so good. But there is a new osprey spot that is very nice over here in the Brimhaven chunk. So our previous area for killing osprey, Alderaan, west coast, northwest corner. Oh no, that's Isle of Souls. Whoops. Here we go. Right here. This is where we'd kill our Oh, hold on. Maine. There we go. This is where we'd kill our osprey. They'd only occasionally fly into our area because they're kind of situated in the middle here. However, we now have the Brimhaven chunk. And you know where they hang out? They hang out right here. And you can attack them from here, and from here, and from here. And they're almost always in area. Do you have dragon impling spawns in your chunks? Yes. Yes, we do. We have dragon implings. Fortunately, we treat implings just like our random events, which is, if you don't get them, you don't have to farm for them. But if you get a drop that causes a new grind, it is considered a new secondary ingredient. And that is something I really need to clarify for people. That is why, if we were unlucky with the fire giant kills and got the rune bar, it would have killed the account. Fortunately, we weren't lucky. We were the opposite of... Yeah. That's the case. Okay? Yeah, Lucky Implings gives anything under the sun. Basically, it rolls from any of the clue scroll tables, which if we look here, boom. Easy, medium, hard, elite, and master clues. 1 in 5 chance of rolling any of those. So we could quite literally get any of the clue scroll reward items in the game, including a Staff of Air, which would be pretty neat. Yeah. A lot of things that we could get. What tasks are left for this chunk? Good question. We are currently... We have 100 kills on these skeletal warriors. We're at 56. Once that's done, we can chunk complete that, or chunk task complete that, which is 1 less. We have to kill Solaran 100 times, and we need to get a Sinister Key. Those are 2 tasks. Aside from that, we need to get a Mark of Grace from the Ardoin Agility Rooftop course. Not fun. Which is also kind of a nice reason why the Dragon Implings are nice, because they give 15 noted Summer Pies. It gives us a chance to actually do a couple laps and get a Mark of Grace up there. Otherwise, we'd be absolutely hosed. If we got 1 pie and then, 2 doses wasn't enough, didn't get a Mark of Grace, we'd have to farm for more Dragon Implings. Yeah, so we gotta get a Mark of Grace. And then we have our farming tasks, which are, again, covered by the not just standing clause, so long as we do our runs occasionally. Those things are going to happen. And then, of course, there is do the agility course, which, again, is 89 plus 1, which is a problem. Oh, well. So, yeah, that's it. So it's just agility, Solaran, and these skeletons here, basically. Oh, look, it's a sinister key. Someone dropped a sinister key. How convenient. Thank you, Chelsea. Yeah, sneaky little... Yeah, use that sinister key. That is the chest. That is the chest. Open up that chest. Let's see it. We'll watch you live. Open that chest. Yes, very nice. If any of you don't know, the sinister chest is actually a fantastic source of herbs. I thought you didn't have a primary source of mind runes for the boss. We don't, but we gotta kill 100 of everything, so that's a problem. We gotta kill it, so we're gonna have to figure it out. It's one of very few exceptions to this rule. I don't think the chunk picker actually even considers that. Like, I don't think Source Chunk has thought about, oh, you need Mind Rune access and Air Rune access in order to kill Solaran, so that when my every kill rule, kill 100 of everything popped in, it didn't calculate that, oh, you actually can't kill that. It just saw it in the chunk and then it's like, you need to kill 100 of these. So I'm gonna still try it. Does Solaran guarantee a key drop? No, but it does give a very high chance. It's like 1 in... Hold on, I have it here. 1 in 12.8. So you kill 13 of them, and you should get a key drop. And honestly, the Sinister Chest is one of the most stacked chests in Galanor. Hands down. You get 3 Renars, that's 3 prayer potions, 2 Harlanders, an Irrit, an Avanto, a Quorum, and a Torstall seed. Which, fun Yanille fact, didn't think I'd be saying that, but fun Yanille fact, back when the Agility Dungeon was created, there were only 3 forms of agility in all of Runescape. There were only 3 courses. There was the Gnome Agility course, the Barbarian Agility course, and the Yanille Agility course. The Yanille Agility course was seen, and it's not really a course, it's a dungeon. It's an agility dungeon. It's meant to be, oh, you can actually go... The thing is agility and herblore were actually released at around the same time. If not the same time, I can't remember exactly. But if you look, you got Chaos Druid Warriors, then Chaos Druids, then Solaran the Twisted, higher level agility level. So agility's end goal was to be able to access deeper into this dungeon. And the Sinister Key with the Sinister Chest were the only source of Torstall. Period. The only source of Torstall at that time. So if you wanted a Torstall, and of course the Torstall was made for what's it used to make? Super combat potions. Right? If you wanted a Torstall, you would have to farm your agility on the Gnome and Barbarian agility courses. And that would get you access to this dungeon for Solaran to be able to open the Sinister Chest at a 1 in 12.8 chance of getting that key drop. It was the only source of the Sinister Key as well. Yeah. Correction, that was only used for the Zamorak Brew. Thank you for the correction there. Super combats are so useless. 90 Herblore is ridiculous. The boss can only be harmed with mind spells. Correct. Can be only harmed by mind spells. But it was an endgame agility boss back in the olden days. Why did they want Zamorak Brews? I forget why. I think it was just like a melee stat boost that... I don't know if it was functionally good at that time. I don't know. but he takes additional damage over the cap on mind spells. I think it's a +5 max hit. Yeah, basically it acts as bolt spells. I think, and it's like a guaranteed hit. Solaran's very weird. Solaran the Twisted. Let's bring him up. We can speculate about it later. There we are. Using wind, water, earth, or fire strikes, spells always deal 9 to 12 damage, depending on the highest tier of spell unlocked, as long as the player does not splash. So as long as we use our full mystic armor, we shouldn't splash all too much. There's a safe spot in the corridor. We really don't need the safe spot. However, sometimes Solaran will wander out of the safe spot range. That's funny. Food's used for long trips. Yeah, you get the Sinister Key. You get about 138k worth of herbs per hour just from Solaran's drops. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Is more of a unique enemy versus a boss. Correct, he is a unique enemy, but he was designed as a boss. He was originally designed as a boss. I think he still falls under the category of boss. Let's just see here. Under boss. Never mind. Maybe he was taken out. I thought he was a boss. Okay, he's just a unique named enemy then? That's weird. I thought he was designed as a boss. He's very similar in... Like, you can't say his mechanics are... any weirder than... yeah, any of those. Are you doing leagues? I don't know. I've never done leagues. That's up for debate. It depends on whether you want me to stream leagues or not. I might. I haven't given it any thought yet. When are leagues? I'm not sure. Are leagues the next event going up? Didn't we just have a league? Yeah, I thought the Demonic Pacts was a league that occurred. Not confirmed yet, but soon. RS3 leagues in a few days. Well, then no, I'm not doing RS3 leagues. I've sworn off the game after I hit the trimmed comp cape, and then haven't been back to it since. RS3 was already leagues. I mean, with the speed that you can gain levels, it definitely feels like that. Ugh. More Guam. Nice. We have 22 more to kill. Which is probably going to be... We might be able to do it in this inventory. Honestly, what I'm going to probably do... Yeah, we're running low-ish on food. I'll probably go down on the altar and get my prayer back up, and then come back in here. We do have a couple strange fruits, so we can sacrifice a little bit of poison damage, so to speak. We'll go do that, and we'll run back and try to collect our 25 coins before they despawn. Ooh, a whole 7 XP. How fancy. There we go. Check melee. It always hits a 15 when you drop down there, by the way. It does not scale with your current health. So if you have less than 15 HP, do not use that altar. Fun fact. I wish they'd keep 1 or 2 League Worlds around for casuals. It's nice to do stuff at high levels I wouldn't normally do. The thing is if they did that, then there would be no feeling of... what's it called? Feeling of urgency. If they kept a League World around, the feeling of urgency when Leagues or Trailblazer or Deadman mode appeared would just disappear. Because, oh, there's going to be a world or two left. People would just stop caring about it. The sense of a time-gated mode, unless it's ultra popular, is always there's always going to be that problem. The thing with those leagues and stuff is there is a maximum cap. We're going to use League of Legends as an example, okay? You have Summoner's Rift, ranked modes. Those have an objective, like, people want to play those, so there is going to be people, yeah, they need scarcity, exactly. People want to play those game modes, okay? What happened to Twisted Treeline or Dominion? Right? They were fun game modes. They don't exist anymore, though. Why don't they exist? Well, it's because, again, amount of players plummeted. Sure, it had a nice little fan base of a few people that played those modes, but it wasn't enough to sustain a business model. And keep in mind, video games, what are they? Yep, it's a business model wrapped up in pixels. It can be someone's creative project. It can also be a business. Keep in mind, those things are not interchangeable. They are a little bit of both. Yeah, Twisted Treeline, Dominion, ARAM was, you know, just a fan project of everyone running it down mid lane. It was played in custom game modes, but it got so popular, they introduced it as a temporary game mode, so people would start playing ARAMs. And then it turns out there was such a community backlash when ARAM left that, oh, crap, we gotta make this a full-time mode. There were so many people that loved ARAM, it became a permanent mode. They were thinking of making a ranked ARAM mode, which would have completely defeated the purpose of ARAM. It's too sweaty. The game isn't balanced around that. Yeah, now Classic. Yeah, Classic is just World of Warcraft money grab. I agree entirely. It's playing off of nostalgia. It's exactly like what Jagex originally thought Old School was going to be. Oh, they just want the old game for nostalgia purposes. Let's just throw them an old version up there. And keep in mind, that was my mindset when the EOC came out. Because I was playing EOC, right? When the new changes were made, I stuck with the RuneScape game. EOC occurred, I saw, oh, they're releasing Old School again. I thought for a moment, oh yeah, I'd go back, I'd make a character. I didn't, though, because I saw it as a cash grab. I saw it as, these people are playing to the nostalgia of the people who liked Old School RuneScape. Until the numbers kept going up. When the numbers came up, the cash grab became, oh, if we actually dedicate a team to... Keep in mind, if Old School was not successful and did not have a lot of people that enjoyed the content, Old School would be dead. There would be no reason that Jagex would keep Old School around. It is only because there is such a huge supportive fan base of Old School that it exists at all. If people stopped playing for a month, the game would be dead. Completely. Poof. Gone. Right? I've only played Old School for about 3 years. It's the biggest turn-off for RS3 is the visual style. I'm kind of hit and miss on that. I don't mind RS3's visual style. Now, the thing is there's also better styles. Hold on. Have you seen RuneScape Dragon Wilds? RuneScape Dragon Wilds. Their character creator. Because that is basically RuneScape 4, if we had to, put a number on anything. And this looks pretty decent, honestly. If I'm ever going to do anything, non-Old School related on this channel, it will likely have to do with Dragon Wilds. And that is an if. That is a big if. That is if Jagex themselves sponsors me and then I fall in love with it. That's about it, though, right? That's because it works with Jagex as a whole. Like, yeah, it would diminish next league height. Yeah. Segment the player base. Well, the thing is Dragon Wilds is so different from the regular RuneScape game, it doesn't pull from the same player base. It pulls from people who left and have wanted the RS4 experience, or likes Ark Survival Evolved, Pal World. It's going for the you know, the open world survival audience. It's a completely different audience that game is made for. By the way, you have a strange plant growing for you, probably. You might want to get that, because that is that's an anti-poison right there. Chelsea, Chelsea, get the fruit. It's not here for me. It's here for you. Get the fruit. Chelsea, Chelsea, get the fruit. Get the fruit, Chelsea. Get the fruit. Get the fruit. Get the fruit. There we go. Okay, we're happy. Everyone's happy. Get the fruit. You got the fruit. Hello, Relix in chat. Hello, Lelouch. How's it going, Lelouch? How's it going? Lol. Yeah. Chat was gonna judge you on that if you didn't get that in time. By the way, we have 5 kills to go. Then we're chunk task complete. And then we can look at the potential of boosting to Hunter, or we could just be here for several hours catching freaking butterflies to 71, which I think is 3 more hours, which I don't think is... I don't want to do that. That's yuck. Icky. Agreed, Ice. They should have a full content release, but they chapter it. Yeah, well, that's the thing is, it's a lot harder to develop something like Dragon Wilds than it is, with old school. And if you think about old school like this, why don't we just get... Oh, you dropped the strange fruit too? That's sad. That's sad. Single tear rolls down my face. Look at old school. Varlamore, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. Those were chaptered. Why did developers create chaptered releases? Well, let's look at Palworld. When Palworld came out on open beta, it got like 2.5 million people who were playing concurrently. Awesome. Cool. And they only saw spikes again during those releases. And that's really good for development. That's really good for developers. So obviously, if we play a game when things are chaptered, they're going to keep on chaptering things, right? Whether they release it in segments or whether they release it in one huge whole chunk is the difference between them making several $100,000 or $1 million more during those segmented releases because, new update, let's go check it out and play that game, versus, you know, one big update that may or may not be game-changing, right? When Sailing was released, huge uptick of people. When this Worms Crag was released, not that big of a tick of of additional people, but it was still a tick. Hey, wait, hold on, we have a herring here. Use the herring to eat. Also, we just hit 100. We don't need to be here anymore. We're done. Hold on. Da-da-da-da. Where's the da-da-da-da? Bonk. Da-da-da-da. Skeleton armed 100 kills. Completed. We are done and done. Okay. Actually, we don't need to even cross that. We are going directly to the fishing trawler. We're heading to the fishing trawler. Chelsea, goodbye. We're heading to the trawler. Yeah. I'm basically waiting until Deltarune to finish before buying. I don't hate chapters, but I want to play the game as a complete narrative. That's actually... like, I'm a fan of Deltarune. As you can imagine, I use Undertale music in most of my videos. I think all of my videos, actually. Not only because I bought the soundtrack, and Toby Fox was also like, hey, you can use music. Cool. But yeah. It's cool. He's a cool dude, I think. I haven't looked into him too much, honestly. I don't know. But, yeah, just the fact that he's so open with allowing creators to use the music is super nice. Because otherwise it would just be RuneScape music, which is what most of it is right now. Speaking of, I am talking to a particular person who is working on some music for me, which is really cool. So we're going to be getting some fun music eventually, hopefully moderately soon, for either the next episode of Damage Locked or Chunkmist. We'll see how it times out. But yeah, that's some fun stuff. Now, Impina boxes. we actually need magic boxes. These suckers right here. They're stackable. That's kind of cool. What else do we need? Okay, well, we need a boost. We need a +1 hunter boost. Blackbird Reds, those are them. Because if you look here, we try to activate it. You need 71 to activate an imp trap. We have 70. So we need to chug a Blackbird red before dropping down our traps. Now, where are we dropping the traps? Also, we need to clear that skeleton. Bonk. There we go. That's done. Where are we laying our traps? Well, I mean, the implings tend to be around this general area. They technically, I think, spawn in the east side here. This is a very high concentration of them in this area. So what we're going to do is we're going to probably chug, and then we're going to drop them along the line a little bit spread out so that we can catch a slightly wider net of them. At least that's my plan. Maybe. We'll have to see after we worked it out. I think we can put 4 traps down at a time. Yep, that is correct. So we can do 4 at a time, we can put them down here, and any, like, weird implings over here that are just never going to be nearby, we can myrtlate them so that they respawn and then have a higher chance of getting over there. Hey, you're down south. Actually, this might not be a bad area down here either. Or we could target the implings. Oh, looks like we got one. Okay, so instead of 28 experience per box, that's 450 experience. Now can you see why I kind of want to do this over the implings? Or over the butterflies? Now, we gotta drink another one, so that's unfortunate. And they're not 100% effective, because as you can see here, a lot of them are deactivating. Maybe we spread them out kind of like this instead. Have a couple up here, a couple down here. It might just be a lot of running back and forth. Might be. Place one here. Place one down here. You might have to split it like this, honestly, for maximum XP rate. There's one right there. So this area seems moderately successful right here. Ran into his music the first time during Homestruck. Never did a No Mercy run in Undertale. Looks like, so this spot is also usable right here. 71. Gotta drink again. So it looks like we have 2 areas that they seem to come. Can you bank an imp in a box with an imp in a box? Let's see. The imp will not lock himself away in your bank account. That is a no. We cannot bank imp in a boxes with another imp in a box. That's honestly decent information. So it looks like what we'll probably do is we'll put 2 up here, and then we'll put 2 down here. Because it's kind of like, oh, whoa, we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful with that corner there. Gotta do something like that, maybe. See, this is a really successful spot right up here. The second one isn't getting too much, so we're gonna try moving this here, maybe. So we kind of catch there, there, and then down there. It looks like there's a failure, and the second one was a success. Nice. So the double box down here seems to be a good idea. Like so, maybe. And how many of these do we need to catch? Well, nowhere near as many butterflies. Is it going to be the same XP rate? Or similar? I don't know. Really looking forward to that first episode. Yeah. I mean, oh, well, we killed that one. Yikes. It's kind of funny. Can people splash on them to lose their aggro near the boxes? That's another good question. Honestly, that's a really good question. Can you lure them? Can you lure imps to the area where the magic boxes are? That might be a... I mean, that might be a method. Honest... Oh, jeez. Are we gonna break the game again? Guys? Are we gonna break... Are we gonna break Hunter? Are we gonna break Hunter training today? Oh, no. Let's not do that until level 71, though. Let's ponder on this for a second. So, how would you break aggro? Oh, we have some jankerberries to pick here as well. Let's do that while we're up here because that's more farming XP. Hooray! Oh, that's interesting. That is really interesting, Neon. Oh no. Could you do that? I think you could. I think it's possible. I think in order to do that, you'd have to go over here, hit them, like splash on them, have them aggro you, drag them to our area, because of course this is in their wander radius, and then from there, probably use the Ardoin Cloak teleport, which would get you out of aggro range. I'll head over if you want to check on my group. I was thinking of doing that so we can get you out of boosting. I'll head over if you want to check on my group. Oh, by the way, we don't need all this armor. I'm just going to unequip that because it's heavy. It's hurting my run energy. I mean, we have 50%. We have 50 agility now, so we're actually recovering in 5 minutes. We're getting 100 energy, so I mean that's better than I can't remember how much it was. Yeah, unequip. There we go. Now we're just regular Chunkmist. That is hilarious. Huh. On my group iron. Sorry if that later part was goop. Yeah, yeah. That's. I was a little confused on that. No, it's fine. Man, I think it is actually possible to increase XP rates here. That's weird. That's definitely possible, though. Like, things spawn in and around here, but there's a lot of other implings elsewhere. If we got some splashers going to lure them to the traps and then teleport out, plus that would allow me to stay in one zone instead of multiple zones like this. Ooh, I could definitely see that being... The question is how much XP per hour could you get out of that? Like, where's the line? Would it break it? Because you get a lot of XP from these. You saw, they're like 450 per box. Let's just put that into perspective. Red Chinchompas, carnivorous Chinchompas, that is, you have 265 XP. And these are Let's look at black Chinchampas in the wilderness. That's 315 XP, which means essentially you're getting like 25% more experience than black Chinchampas if you had other accounts luring them to this area. I think. Which is terrifying to think about, honestly. I think we could break Hunter with that. If it works the way we think. Also, just people killing stragglers as well. Well, thing is, there would be no stragglers. Because you could just lure the stragglers to the spot. Right? There'd be 0 stragglers. Now, this is a good spot, it seems. There's a lot of traffic up here. I'm wondering if it's probably best if we set up here for when we have... If we do end up getting that magic boxes, were exceptionally expensive, though. We have millions of gold. They're not that expensive. And plus, you can always just use them and then you have your imp in a box. Right? Or you have your magic... Like, these don't disappear once you use them. They just revert back into a magic box. At least I sure don't think so. Think about how helpful that might be for a future grind, though. Like, getting a bunch of Impina boxes. The failure rate is moderately high, it seems, but... it's not... Yeah, I don't know. Huh. And then we can continuously pick from this Jengerberry tree as the Jengerberries respawn. Look at that, another 40 farming experience. Yum yum. Yeah, we're just gonna eat some berries. Yay. It'd take some testing. I was sure they're aggro range and they'd lose attention quite fast. I would imagine so. They're imps. I couldn't imagine them staying too wantonly in one place for too long. But that's going to be testing. Is it possible, though? That's our question. I think it is. Now, there are quite a few implings up here. Like, this spot is okay. They do come down here, like you can see right there. Both spots are okay, which would be a good primary spot. We're also going through a lot of these Blackbird Reds, so that's the expensive part right now, is just having to go back and getting more wines to boost our stats. But yeah, like 450 experience is not a nothing burger. Like that's a decent amount of experience. All these boxes are going to be so handy for the Black Chins grind. Yeah, if it exists. Just keep in mind, Black Chins are... what? It requires 73 Hunter. We're going to be well beyond that. We're going to be at 83, so it wouldn't be a grind. If we did unlock that, it might be our best XP training method. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? If we ever do unlock that area. I mean, there's a chance, definitely. Yeah, I think we just kind of have to set up in both spots, up and down here. I'm sure it's not a super specific, like you have to set up in this exact area right here. It could be probably down here. It could be, I don't know. I don't know what the exact thing is. Deactivate, retrieve, and you have to realize each and every one of these box traps we catch is the equivalent of like 25 Black Warlocks that we would have had to catch otherwise. Honestly, we could also do a mix, right? This is a good time to... So this is an option. This is an option. Okay, we definitely got a good chunk of XP from this. Just from this testing alone, that was at 0 before. We got a decent amount. We got 20% of a level. How long have we been doing this, guys? How long have we been actually at this? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure it hasn't been too long. All these boxes, yeah. Fun fact, you can store infinite boxes in the Huntsman's kit. That's interesting. What's the XP looking at? That's a great question. 33,500 experience an hour currently, and that's us chugging potions and experimenting and everything like that. Thing is, I'm sure that could get way higher. Way higher. If we had lures and all this stuff, fun fact, you can store the infinite boxes in your Huntsman's kit. That is kind of a fun fact. I just want to see how much it costs. This is where we get our stuff. Yeah, Alec, here we go. So, infinite box at 72k. Yeah, these are 720 coins each. It's definitely not cheap. Butterfly jars are 1 coin. Obviously, those are going to be way cheaper. They're not cheap. Definitely not. But we can definitely splurge a bit and get like 1,000 of them or something. Now, here's a thought, though. We did our huge butterfly grind. We don't have anything to show for it. We have 2 empty butterfly jars. My thought is, hey, why not we actually get a few of them? Because if you think about the actual advantage of catching some black warlocks, those are literally super attack potions. Literally super attack potions. AoE super attack potions. Oh, don't want to go beyond. It might be worth gathering a few of those. If we go here, it's unfortunate that there's no, like, there's bird snare, box trap, imp box. There isn't a butterfly jar spot. -1? What happened, Chelsea? What's -1? I'm not getting the -1. Oh, is it because I didn't have the net, so I lost 1 inventory slot? So we could get a bunch of butterfly jars like this, and we could do some... We could grab a few. Super strength -1. Ah, okay, yeah. So, or super attack. The super strength is... Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, super... The black warlocks are super strength. It's the ruby harvests that are super attacks. Those are the ones we have access to. If only there were some butterflies in the Brimhaven chunk, but there aren't. Yeah, even just collecting the butterfly jars are a little monotonous. You know what? Let's do this instead. Hey, we don't need all these butterfly jars. Take a few of them back. Oh, you can't? Fine, they're 1 coin each. That's what happens. Let's drop 3. Let's buy... Oh, we're under 1 million gold. Let's buy 300 more boxes. Butterfly jars, they're so cheap. Huh. Hold on. I'm not gonna mine this, but I can discover it. Boom, nice. First 300 dust we end up actually mining will be doubled. Hooray! Not from that star, obviously. That's kind of funny. By the way, anyone who wants to mine a fallen star, 543, World 543 Yanille. It is a tier 70 star. I'll actually announce that. Hold on. World 543 Yanille East Bank T70 shooting star. For those at the chunk looking for some num-nums, there you go. Alright, let's get the magic box back out. You now have 381 of them. That's good. And then let's get our Blackbird Reds. We have a couple inventories worth of them. Keep a few slots empty. There we go. So yeah, it might be... It might be possible. Implings are all the heck way down here. That's got to be a straggler, right? All the way down here. Why the heck am I walking? That doesn't make sense. Oh my goodness. That impling does not care about anything. Why the heck is it way down there? That is crazy. Unless that's just a completely different impling spawn, which I bet it probably is. Oh, Chunk Shazy with the Berserker Ring drop from Dagonoth Rex. That's a nice one. Alrighty. So we are back in position. We gotta be careful, because this, actually, I'm gonna mark this, because this is a danger chunk. We cannot lay a trap here, because what happens when you lay a trap... Oh. When you lay a trap, it pushes you west. What happens when there's a bush? It pushes you east. At a chunk. So that's a bit of a danger spot for us. I'm going to put a box here. And here. And here. Honestly, we might just be able to put them all kind of up here. That would probably be decent. I wonder what the aggro range of these boxes are. I don't think anyone knows what the impling aggro range is. Does it have to be within one chunk? Like, is it when they walk by that they're able to do that? Or is it... I don't know. I don't know. We could yeah. Likely we're gonna not go down here. We can catch one or two down here occasionally, but it's... I think just for the amount of time it takes and the amount of hits we're getting from this... Failures all times. Cool. I think we could probably just chain them up here. All four of them, kind of like this. Imp catching for XP, yeah, it's better. It is, I think, yeah, no, it's definitely better XP per hour than our ruby harvests, which is just objectively gross. Oh, hey, Freaky Forester. How conveniently of a time for you to say hello. Yeah, sure, I'll get you a pheasant. What do you need? Three-tailed pheasant? That has three tails, I think. Why is it dark? Again, because the region locker is weird. And that is another lamp for Slayer. Boom. Yeah, so it looks like... Oh, I literally ran out of my hunter level while I was doing that. That's kind of funny. So it looks like probably placing them like this is going to be the route. Just vertically like this, I think. Unfortunately, imps just have such a wide wander radius. Okay, so it definitely went from this one to that one. So the actual lure radius isn't small. Because it definitely, like, saw that and went for it. And that was from bottom to top. So I think it has at least a 6-tile pull. Which is interesting. It's a much longer pull than I think other traps have. But then again, because of the radius, the wandering radius, I think that was probably deliberate. And again, we've gotten a good chunk of XP from this. Now, we don't have to do this exactly now, of course. We could do agility, because we absolutely still need 85 agility, right? 85 agility is a requirement for the chunk, regardless. If we go the Summer Pie Dragon Impling method or not. Now, while we're doing this, let's just think a second. Something that one of you said a little earlier is kind of interesting. You mentioned lucky implings. Right? Okay, so that one broke, that one broke, that one broke. We've only used a few of our wines, so our ratio isn't quite there yet. So we're going to have to take less wines so that we have more space for boxes. The Lucky Impling 89 Hunter it's interesting. Is there anything else we could break using a Lucky Impling? At that point, though, we might as well just unlock Puro, though. And then we have all the grinds, which is awful. Speaking of, hold on. We gotta do our farm run. What am I doing? We need to do our farm runs. Look at me slacking off. And, yeah, Brimhaven. So we have 52 farming. Oh, there's our orange tree, nice and healthy. That's exactly what we want to see. We are 3,317 XP from 53, and we get 2,506 XP. That's not small. We're 700 after the oranges. Will probably be, what, 750? A little less than that. 730 experience. Nice. Pay Garth to cut it down. Hey, choppy. Thank you. We need a shovel and a compost. New sapling plant. Done. Da-da-da-da. Could have used our imp in the boxes for these oranges. Fortunately, we're going back, so it's not going to be that big of a difference. Lucky Implings. It would require 89 Hunter, but the clue drops. I wonder if the clue drops could break the account. Good or bad? What's the risk? We're going to just keep catching some of these. We need more Blackbird Red. We're going to take... Let's take 12. No, that seems like too much. Let's take 10. We'll take 10 potion boosts and see how many of those we actually get through. You can definitely get runite ore from clues, but from which clues? I just got some from a master casket. Yeah. See, that's risky, right? So you can definitely get runite from a master casket. The odds of it rolling from a master clue is 1 in 5. So what are the odds of getting the runite from a master casket? And that'll give us our statistics, what risk there is of catching a lucky impling. Or, in our case, an unlucky impling. Let's see. Let's take a look. Because we're just going to be laying some traps like this for a while. It's not going to be too much fancier than that. Let's look. Master clue table. Runite ore, 1 in 30. So we have a 1 in 150 chance. No, 1 in 75 chance. No, now, do keep in mind, master clues give you 5 to 7 rewards, with the average of 6 per casket. These statistics are the odds of getting them per casket. Okay, so we've actually got to take these numbers and divide them by 6. Because guess what? The lucky impling only gives you 1 roll on the drop table. Okay, so it's 1/6 of that amount. Still, if there's a 1 in 30 chance of getting both the rune and the bar, you multiply that by 5. It's a 1 in 150 chance. 1 in 75 of one or the other. Multiply that by 6. 75 times 6. 450. We have a 1 in 450 chance from a lucky impling to basically brick the account. 1 in 450 is a sizable number. It's not small. It's not big. That's the problem. It's somewhere in the middle of yikes. Okay. What would effectively be benefits for our account? Well, I mean, obviously the third age stuff, but it's 1 in 313,000. Multiply that by 6 as well. It's 1 in 1.5 million. We're winning the lottery if we're getting a third age piece from a lucky impling. Okay, so that's not going to be too effective. Anti-venom, that would be nice, but again, 1 in 13,000. Right, so we got to look at the actual just common standard drops. Any of these we can't use. Nature rune stuff like that, those are nice. Those are enchanted onyx bolts, so we don't have to enchant those. Also kind of nice. But none of those are game breaking for us. Same with the mantas. Same with anything on this list. Nothing game breaking. A bloodhound would obviously be nice. That'd be hilarious if we got a bloodhound from a lucky impling. Essentially a 1 in, what? Not 1 in 5,000, but a 1 in... No, that's a tertiary reward. I bet you can't get those from lucky implings. If you could, that would be insane. Honestly, that would be crazy. Looking at it, it's 1 in 32 for rune bars on elite clues as well. So that 1 in 750 doubles to 1 in 700, I think is what I said. That doubles to 1 in 350 or something like that, right? So, yeah, that's starting to get a little more common. Maybe not worth getting the lucky implings, especially since, okay, there's nothing in the masters that is worth it. What about here? Anything game-breaking for us? Anything gonna change the entire outcome of the game for us? Besides third age, like a third age longsword or something, being our new best in slot weapon. 25 wands of Zamorak. Woohoo, boy. Yeah. Rune crossbow would kind of be nice. That's definitely an upgrade for us. It's hilarious that it's an elite clue scroll reward. I guess it makes sense because, yeah, can get summer pies and save some XP. No, because the lucky implings are higher than dragon implings. It would be a rarer drop to get the pies from those implings, but we could technically, in theory, get them from these. Dragonstone gear, that would be kind of interesting. There it is, 15 to 20 noted. Yeah. We could also get teak and mahogany planks. Yikes. Which is probably going to add to the construction stuff a little bit, because that'll be a secondary ingredient, so we'll have to pick and choose what we actually use that for. Okay, so that was elites. What about hards? Robin Hood hat would kind of be nice. I mean, that's nice gear, but it's not game-changing. The anti-fires, shockingly enough, we can't actually use that until we've completed Dragon Slayer 1. So that's not useful for us. Right? Sorry, I'm reading too much and not looking at the magic box hunting as much. I gotta go back to making sure that the uptime of the magic boxes are moderately high. Rune armor, interesting. Black D hide, sure. Nothing is game breaking. Nothing really game breaking. Nothing would change the prospect of our game to the point in which it would be worth risking. Okay? Lucky implings are interesting, but they're not worth it. Not for us. Okay? So that being said, lucky implings are out. It just comes down to the, yeah. It's ultimately going to come down to the dragon impling here. Is this going to be worth the time investment? I don't know. It could be. Could not be. We'll find out. Now, en route, we are going to get access to the... what other implings are there? Also, hey, Air Sniper. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Let's look at other implings. See if they're worthwhile or not. Because things have changed. Not too bad. That's good. Baby implings. Nothing. Hard leather's kind of funny, but nope, nothing. Young implings, we've already picked that clean. Gourmet implings. We could get strawberries from gourmet implings, which is kind of interesting. Because that means we're only watermelon away from just making the pie ourselves. That's kind of interesting. I wonder if there's a way of getting watermelon outside of farming. Dire griffins, shellbane griffins, and regular griffins. Okay. Can they be stored in a basket? No. Strawberries, tomatoes, oranges, bananas, apples. They can't be stored anywhere. So we don't have access to griffins. And those are the only things that sell or stock watermelons. Okay, so that is interesting as strawberries are from that. They're not going to be a valid method for us. Oh my gosh, we have gotten really lucky with these we've gotten unlucky with these boxes in the last couple minutes. We've gotten 2 of these, which is hilarious. How in the world did that impling get inside? I've seen them spawn inside a couple times, but like that is a waste of impling right there. A waste of impling. Let's get rid of that one so it respawns. I'm almost done with 20,000 gold ore mining. When we get to Shiloh, mine 11,000 gems. Then we can smelt and make amulets. And yeah, ice. I get you. Wait, didn't you say you went to RS3? I thought you said you weren't doing old school anymore. Wasn't that like right at the beginning of the stream as you mentioned those things? De-iron my old school. Yeah. I thought you de-ironed and stuff. Why are you mining? I'm in RS3. Okay, so if that is in RS3, first of all, that is... Those ores do not deactivate. The ores do not disappear. Getting 20,000 gold ore mining in RS3 is way easier. I'm sorry to say this. Like, that is a lot of gold, but it is so objectively easier. You just sit at one vein and you click occasionally to reactivate it. Yeah, it's way less click intensive. You get a full inventory. There are deposit boxes all over the place to increase locations that are great for gold mining and stuff like that. Plus, you have the freaking vein mining once you hit a high enough mining level. That is if you aren't also on a chunk account in RS3. In which case, then, good luck to you. 11,000 gems. The gems are kind of annoying. 85 crafting because reasons. Still a 250-hour grind at my current level or situation. Alright, well, I mean, that is a long grind, definitely. There's a difference between... I mean, that's the total grind for, like, mining and then smithing it, is it not? That is a decent-sized grind. That is going to be several weeks, right? Several weeks of constant work, right? It's probably going to take a couple months if you're a normal person and do it at normal person speeds. Wow, I can't believe that magic box just didn't take. What a lame-o. It's funny because the magic boxes do not immediately lure either. Just like any other trap. They take a little bit of time to actually start to be lury. I hate to say it, but yeah, I think this is the best spot for it. There you go. We gotcha. 450 experience. What the heck was that freak out? It didn't even deactivate? You just kind of sat there and wiggled on the box? And it got angry or something? I don't get it. Maybe it got, maybe it realized we were there and then decided to, I don't know. Okay, so he didn't like that one. Didn't like that one. And it was just sitting there like a dummy. Ah, okay. So there's only a specific time frame in which these bars actually show that these magic boxes will actually aggro and trap. I think it was because I was in the way, maybe. That was the reason. See, that one should... Yeah, that one did. Perfect. Got the box. That one's being aggroed, and got that one too. Nice. That one failed. I'm in the way of that one. Looks like that one was not in the way. Okay, see? That's some good XP training right there. That worked. Let's see if I can get... It's going to be just a moment before that. Yeah, there's the 70. So if these don't catch anything, we have to go back to the bank. Mining gold, gems, smithing, cutting gems, making amulets. I did the math, 100 hours if I'm tick perfect with everything. Yep, that makes sense. I mean, it's 85 crafting. That isn't a small amount. Oh wow, all 4 of them failed. I wonder if that's because my level dropped. Maybe it doesn't succeed if my level drops? Who knows? 51k to go. Yikes. Thing is, we can do a little bit of this. We don't have to do all of it all at once. So, okay, we've been doing it for a little while. Let's go do something else. Right? Let's catch some butterflies. We need our money. Actually, we don't need our money. I get to show you something cool. Law runes, earth runes, air runes combine to form teleport to house. Da 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 da. We're in Alderaan. Ah, that's so good. That saved us a lot of money, honestly. Being able to teleport there is going to save us tons of money back and forth. Of course, it's not a consistent method of actually transporting. We also only have like 150 air runes, which is problematic because we kind of need those to kill Solaran. So we're going to have to get some more air runes as well. Probably. That might be one of those things that can potentially be not backlogged, but counted as not actually a task because of how our rule set is, because we literally can't attack them because we don't have a method of getting mind and air runes consistently enough. I know what I need. Hold on. It's these things. Butterfly jars. Hooray. Hooray. I know there's agility shortcut over here too. What level is that? There's an agility shortcut right here. Missy's, you're an okay. Mossies. We'll have to look at the moss giants. 54 agility to climb down there. We'll be able to use this this rock climbing shortcut sooner rather than later, it looks like. That's only going to be a couple weeks away. Maybe. Speaking of, what is our next big goal for agility? Because we kind of have to take it in steps. Well, that would be the monkey bar cross, 57. Thing is, this sucker stops at 64. So once we hit 64, we're no longer going to be able to fall on the balancing ledge. And that is when we get our 15k XP. Oh, we can't see that. 15k XP an hour. It's hidden by my head. Hold on, I can just scroll up. There we go. So we can get 15k XP an hour from the balancing ledge at level 64. That's a big level. The monkey bars can be crossed, though. That's an interesting one. And then the pile of rubble at 67 agility is the one that is required to get to Solaran. Okay? Those are the big goals. I just realized I can make 1,000 super attacks. That's kind of interesting as well. Hey, that's where I got my rubies too. Yeah, no, these ruby harvests are... This is... You can get a lot of them in this area. See, they give 24 XP each. They're fast to catch. Yep. And this is my second best hunter training XP method, I think, besides those, the implings. But of course the implings have us chugging potions and running back and forth, so these are probably still technically the best for our one more level. So, I mean, we could do this for a couple hours and just get the level and then be done and not have to boost ever again. But, I don't know. I don't think you need another ruby harvest stream. We did that a little too much. My hand is already starting to get PT... Like... yeah, my hand is already starting to twitch a little bit. Because it's remembering having to click on these ruby harvests the last time we did this. can catch them pretty quickly. So now we're catching and releasing because we're full. But if you look, oh geez, you know what? Our attack level has been drained so much by that hunter stuff. We're gonna actually use these to look at that. Oh shoot, it's on tiny screen, big screen. There we go. Now we have 84 attack again. It was like drained to 20 because we were using all those Blackbird Reds to boost our hunter level, which was dropping our attack level. So of course that would be the case. Every time you get one up, it's like 2 or 3 down. Yeah. Our attack was like at level 20 there. No, it isn't. Thank you, butterflies. I wonder. Could you imagine if we had another hunter training method? That would be nice. We have actually rolled a couple other chunks. Hold on. Since we did our hunter grind, we did roll a couple chunks. Maybe there's a new method that I haven't really thought of. Let's see. Boop. Here is our chunk map. Gonna move these over to this side, down here like that, so we can see a little bit more. Those are the tasks that we have left. Cool. Also, this I blew up for a little bit. That can shrink back down just a little bit for a moment. So there's this little button here, the activity info, and if we look at that, you can see the methods we can train on. So we have the Brimhaven reverse shortcut. That's how we trained from level 1. If that didn't exist, and the reverse red dragon log balance, if those didn't exist, then we could have definitely, we could have skipped everything. Yanille climbing rock shortcut, we used that for a bit. Yanille, the Corsair Cove shortcut, that is out of our chunk. We can't actually get to that. This was our best training method, those beginner stepping stones, until we hit level 40. So we used this level 12 agility method to hit level 40. The Brimhaven dungeon pipe, that just turned out to be a more AFK, lower XP method than the stepping stones. The Alderan House window gives 1 XP, not a good method. Advanced pipe contortion in Brimhaven. I don't even know where that is, but it's probably out of our chunk in the southeast. We don't really have that. The Yanille Agility Dungeon balance ledge shortcut. That is our best training method. And then we have the monkey bars at 57 and the rooftop course at 90. Then we'll have the best agility training method once we hit that. Oh boy. Problem is we'll boost for that and then it'll be like, crud. Now we don't have any more pies, we can't boost anymore, and then we're back to that. So that's why we're only doing the task and then we're not training agility further, because that would be stinky if we had to train it further. Whew. Yeah. So, agility. That is what we're at. But the other things, maybe not so much. We got a lot of food that we can cook. That's cool. Our crafting methods are wide. We have a lot we can do. Cutting gems is great. That's what we did. Farming. Technically, it's still passive at raking. Which is funny. It doesn't consider anything else a farming task because we don't have a renewable source of seeds. So if we run out of seeds, we're just kind of kaputs. Like, then everything is on backlog, which is kind of sad. We put in all this effort and then we're just not able to do it. But, I mean, that's the case. We have achy trees for fire. Oak, willow, maple, yew, magic. Kind of interesting. Out of these, what's the best? Oh, gosh. Yeah, we have a lot of ways to train fletching. Not all of them are great. Emerald bolts. Sapphire bolts. Those would likely be good fletching. We have a lot of mithril bolts that we can put the sapphire heads on. That should be good. Catching an imp. That's our best training method. And nope. Looks like... So, just to give you an idea, when we had our hunter grind, we didn't have Ardoin Market. We didn't have the Port Sarim Church chunk. We had this little tiny unlock on this side. We didn't have the Brimhaven dungeon entrance. We also didn't have the East Feldtip Hills chunk. Which actually, now that I think about it, it might be interesting to explore the south and the southwest of this and see if there's any other anything that might wander into the area. Probably not. What could possibly wander in here, though? There's some spiked pits for Larupias down here. Crimson Swifts, which aren't helpful. There are some black warlocks. Could we potentially get some black warlocks? That is moderately... How far is that? That's like parallel to that right there. No, it did the whole open a new thing. So there's a black warlock spawn here. I think we could technically probably smuggle a black warlock if we had a buddy dark lure them from here up to here. We need to see what the range of the dark lure is. What does the nuke symbol mean? Oh, that's the stranger danger. So basically this is close to this, and that is big chompy bird hunting. So this was like a dangerous prereq thing of if we get this chunk, then we are... Yeah, we don't need the nuke there anymore because we have it. But yeah, that was the prereq for big chompy bird hunting, which would be awful in and of itself. But yeah, we could probably smuggle a black warlock. We can't do Chinchampas, obviously, because we need to do Eagle's Peak in order to be able to catch those. Tropical Wagtails really give us nothing. More black warlocks. Again, there's 7 of them that spawn here, and it's only this one right here that might be able to go up. There's a chance we could smuggle a black warlock into the chunk, though. That's kind of interesting. Because those are technically reusable strength potions. What, you don't want to do 4,000 kills? Yeah, 4,000 kills at the slowest method. No, we don't. Obviously we don't. That would be silly. That's not fun for anyone. Yeah, let's, hold on. Got 22 more jars. Let's just use them up and fill them up. But it's kind of interesting that we can get the butterflies, possibly. There's a possibility of us getting those black warlock butterflies into our chunk. That's kind of cool. Oh. Have we been playing muted this entire time? No. We haven't had our music on, though, which is sad. I can unmute that for a bit. Oh my goodness. They're barely less good than super strength. Correct. We don't have any strength-based boost, though. So having them would really assist us in future grinds if they were combat related. So we'll revisit that. We'll definitely revisit that if we do have, if that's something that we can do. Aggressively farts. A was up. I don't know. Era Thai era. Era. I'm not. Not much. Don't know why you're aggressively farting in my general direction. Meant that they're even better than strength potions, which is how they're just described. Yeah. Well, thing is those things, they're really, really interesting for one reason. Anonymous just sent me a gift. Oh, a little party hat. Thank you. It's interesting because, like, okay, so I'm here. I'm doing some PvP content. I open this Ruby Harvest. Release. Boom. Of course, I get the jar back. But what this does is it gives that boost to everyone in my radius. And it turns out if I am a regular account, not an Ironman account, but a regular account, and I release that near some group Ironman, they can gain the benefit of that. I'm not sure about regular Ironmen. I'm not sure if they can gain the benefit of that. But I do know group Ironmen can. How do I know this? Someone opened one in damage locked. Not gonna say where, but someone opened a butterfly. They found one of my buddies in an area. They opened a butterfly. And it turns out butterflies can actually... regular irons can't. Group Ironmen, looks like they might be able to get assistance from that. Maybe it's a coding problem, and they can't, like, differentiate between, oh, this is a group player versus a regular player. But if they're a regular player and they open a butterfly jar, keep in mind, this is very rare to actually see in effect. But, yeah, Ruby Harvests work, Black Warlocks work, even Moonlight Moths for prayer restoration work, which you can see the benefit of that. That is a prayer restoration method. All you need is a main account with those things, and then suddenly, boom, bada boom, you have yourself infinite prayer restoration in any activity you have, right? Which is kind of cool. It's kind of trippy. Yeah. So that's something. The butterflies are super cool that way. There's some super cool mechanics around butterflies, and specifically group Ironmen. Regular Ironman, again, I don't think they can get the benefit of that. But group Ironmen, I know for a fact, do. I really hope it's not patched out, though. Honestly, I think it's a really cool, like, the fact that you can actually get this from a regular account opening that is super cool. Do I have access to hunter meats and the mixes? I do not. I do not have any hunter meat in my chunks, unfortunately. Back on the butterflies, it's 100% getting patched. Well, here's the thing, though. The meats don't give the AoE effect. It's just the butterflies. 100% getting patched. 100% getting patched if it gets brought up to them. It hasn't been brought up to them. And it's likely not going to be brought up to them unless there's a narc in the chat that's going to report it. So don't do that just yet. It's funny. Thing is, we're all chunkers here, so... or at least, like, a lot of people that hang out in the chat and do participate in different group activities here. They're all chunkers, they're all Ironmen and stuff like that. You know what would be an interesting thought, though? Is can a group Ironman get benefit from another group Ironman? Or a regular Ironman? I'm not sure. If an Ironman opens this, would it just benefit the Ironman, or would people around them also gain benefit? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I only know regular to group Ironman is a yes, which is strange. We'd have to double check and see if that actually, that boost occurs other ways. Happy Monday, gamers. Hey, Yahoo Maya, welcome. We're just talking about the game-breaking bonus of butterflies, while also catching more ruby harvests. We actually had a few butterfly jars, though, so we actually caught some that we can use them in combat when we need to. I imagine iron would affect mains. Oh no, butterflies again. Yeah, we only have the one level to go, and then we can do the implings without boosting. So, Air Sniper just got back. Well, welcome back. We tied Iron Man to the group iron to no work. Okay, so Lelouch can confirm that an Iron Man opening it will not affect a group Iron Man. Now, would an Iron Man affect a regular account? I don't know. Probably not. But if a regular account can work on a group Iron Man, I'm wondering if a regular account would work on a regular Iron Man account. Accept aid is on for them. Yeah. Thing is, we have accept aid as an option too, don't we? Gameplay. Where is the accept aid? I forget where it is. We can't turn it on. Huh. Type aid in search. Huh. Accept trade delay. I don't think we have that. It's the medium bag option. But it's the med bag option. The medical bag icon. Oh. What? What medical bag option? We're talking in settings, right? There's no hide locked. Under the gear. Right there, the medical bag. No! Ha 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 ha! On your screen. What medical bag? I'm not seeing no medical bag nowhere. Wrench. Okay, wrench. Medical bag. Click the wrench. I clicked the wrench. Wrench is open. Where is it? Right of run. The house options? Left. Oh. Iron Man do not accept aid. Yep, that's the button. Chat. Left of run. We did it. Yes, you did. You got me there. Okay, so we do not accept aid. However, does Group Iron Man have that option? If that's on, if you can toggle that on, then yeah. I bet you that's the trigger right there. In which case, there should be a very specific toggle to only receive aid from Group Iron Man partners. Which is kind of funny. Group Iron Men are weird. Love it. This is another reason why What trigger are we talking about? We are talking about how Group Iron Men can receive the benefits from ruby harvests from regular accounts. Not Iron Man accounts, but regular accounts. If they use a butterfly, like so, bonk, in the area of a Group Iron Man, they will receive the benefits of that butterfly. That is good for Ruby Harvest, Black Warlocks, Sapphire Glacialis, all of the butterflies, which if you haven't realized yet, is kind of game-breaking when you consider Moonlight Moths, which is a prayer restoration. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about. Heck yeah, Wiki says it's only group-wide. Wiki's wrong, Chelsea. We have checked. It's off for group, but we still get the butterfly buff. Yep, exactly. Yeah. The butterfly buff still gets through. We tested it. It works. What you gonna do? I have conflicting information. You're saying it doesn't work? I've seen it firsthand. So, See, now that's the difference between primary and secondary sources. The wiki is a secondary source. It's written down information. Primary source, my eye holes. Yeah. You look like a well-brought-up, church-going man. Well, thanks? Thanks for coming in here and calling me out like that. No, I'm kidding. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I'm sure that's a new bug. Might be a new bug, might be an old bug. We don't know exactly when the bug came out, but we do know it exists. I mean, I guess you could consider butterflies a bug. I like to think they're a little higher standard than being a bug. You don't look at a butterfly and be like, ooh, it's a bug! Had to edit the ham hideout wiki page. It's not perfect. Yeah. The wiki pages, I mean, we've found several things. We just haven't, like, found it, and we haven't, changed it. We're not popular enough, nor do I have, unfortunately, the time to learn how to edit wiki pages myself. If anyone would like to edit the wiki pages with the things that we have found so far, like the Fortis message popping back up, it doesn't mess up the iron status. If not, that's kind of neat. No, it doesn't mess up the iron status at all. The group Ironman stays a group Ironman, doesn't cause prestige issues. You just edit it and it gets reviewed. Oh, okay. Just click edit. Yeah, I haven't done it. I'll have to look into it a little bit, but yeah, there's a few things. Like, for example, the Yanille Dungeon, being able to cross one direction without the agility level. It's kind of like the reverse courses in the Brimhaven dungeon, how you can go one way but not the other. Same thing with the Yanille dungeon. Like, if we go through with a lockpick, we can go reverse agility course. Full reverse agility course. You may have something in your Discord inboxes. Yes, I did see that. We're streaming right now, though, so I didn't want to actively reply to that just yet. But thank you for doing that. I will definitely look. I will respond to you after the stream, if that's all right there. If Spider had butterfly wings, would they still be hated the most? I would say they're not hated the most. I think cockroaches and earwigs and probably ticks. I'd say ticks are hated the most. Like, if you had the choice of having 100 spiders or 100 ticks on you, which would you pick? People hate roaches and they have wings. Lol. Yeah, exactly. What is a butterfly but a nicely winged roach? Mosquitoes. Yeah, mosquitoes are very well hated too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Plus... Now, I know spiders are considered are they considered I thought... I know they're arachnids. Are they considered insect? I thought insect was a very specific classification. Spiders, and it's not close. Ahumaya. No. Yeah, you would definitely prefer spiders on you. It depends what kind of spiders. Does it, though? Would you rather have 10 Lyme disease giving ticks on your body, or 10 spiders that could or could not be poisonous? I mean, at that point, yeah, if they're like black widow spiders, yeah, probably not. Black widow spiders and like brown recluses, or those big arse spiders from Australia. Have you seen those suckers? Those are nasty. So maybe there's exceptions to those rules. But, I mean, like, if you knew that every single tick had Lyme disease and you had 100 of them on you, you probably wouldn't like that either. Right? So we gotta rule out poison and disease. Okay? Say each of the creatures that is put on you and you're in physical contact with can only cause you a standard level of bodily harm. Ticks suck your blood, will not give you Lyme disease or that scary new disease that causes you to no longer be able to eat red meat. Okay, they're sterile ticks. And the spiders, they can bite you, yeah, but they're non-poisonous. Okay? They can be huge spiders, tiny spiders, but they're non-poisonous, non-venomous spiders. Sorry, venomous. Proper term. Okay, which would you still have? Honestly, I think the blood sucking from mosquitoes, pain in the arse. If they're sterile, they're itchy. They're annoying. Yeah, if I ever got alpha gal, I would. Yeah, Ahumai, I'm almost in that same boat. I've lived without red meats before. It sucks, but it's not the end of the world. But yeah, no, I'm in that same category of that would royally suck. I would hate it. Fortunately, you can still eat white meats. It's red meats specifically that it targets. You can still eat other meats. I hate cockroaches. Yuck. Yeah, cockroaches are pretty gross. Asmongold, farms them, so they can't be that terrible. I'm kidding. Give me the tick, the hell, no way, the any spider. Really? Okay, Lelouch. So Lelouch with the rather be covered with 100 ticks than 100 spiders. See, I'm in the spider category. I would prefer 100 spiders over ticks, because the worst it could do is bite you, but they're not, spiders generally aren't out to bite you, right? If they get scared, they will act defensively. Ticks hunt you. Like, if they are on you, they will bite you 100% of the time. They will latch into your flesh, twist in there, make sure that they are not coming out. Ticks, if they can't give lime, yes. No, yeah, I already said sterile ticks, sterile mosquitoes, sterile spiders. They aren't going to give you any diseases. What would you rather be covered with? Like, I've seen all those clips of, like, the bug nets that are in places, and, like, how that person leans up against the bug net, and you can just see, like, the mosquitoes. Yeah, tick bites hurt yeah, tick bites would hurt. Spider bites can hurt. Mosquito bites hurt a lot less, but still 100 of them in any part of your body is going to be nasty, right? It also depends where they are, right? If there's like 100 ticks on your face, 100 mosquitoes on your face, 100 spiders on your face, that would be awful, right? Now, if there's 100 ticks in your butt crack, oh my gosh, no. No. Clench those things. No. Oh, no. The position of the body, I think, would also give a massive plus or minus to what kind of creature it is, right? If they're mosquitoes, thing is, yeah, Relix, oh no. What is it, Air Sniper? Bullet ants or ticks? Ticks over bullet ants there. I think the butterflies broke your brain. The butterflies always break my brain. We know exactly that the butterflies do that. Groups are basically mains to each other. Yeah, ticks 100%. No. I'd say spiders. I have spiders in here. In my house. In my RV. Spiders don't bother me, really. I've lived around them for the longest time. I would take ticks over bullet ants. Yeah. Bullet ants are probably, 100 would legitimately kill you. But, okay, so, once again, we have to think about venom. Because it's the bullet ant venom, right? Now, if they're sterile, non-venomous bullet ants, then they just have an ant bite, right? If we're comparing what they can do with venom, then again, we've got to rule in, okay, black widows will just straight up kill you, right? Again, the comparison is non-lethal harm, non-venomous, non-disease-ridden, sterile, okay? Bullet ants, really aren't a good comparison. That's like, 100 tigers, right? They're gonna maul you and murder you, right? I choose the bear. Yeah, exactly. At that point, choose the bear. 100 bears. Honestly, I could blend in with them quite well. I take my shirt off, I look like one of them. I've been called both a bear and a gorilla for multiple reasons, and this body hair is definitely going to be beneficial to me in that case. I think I'd be fine with 100 bears. I'm kidding, that's a joke. Bears are terrifying. If you've ever actually been close to a bear before, but do you smell like one? No, I don't. Unfortunately, I smell like a gross... no, actually, I just recently showered. I'm nice and clean. I currently smell like grapefruit. I have a grapefruit-scented beard oil that I use post-shower, so the whole place smells like grapefruits right now. So that's what I smell like, which means that I'd just be completely edible. Stop triggering all the arachnophobia in chat, please. It's a spider. I'm sorry. Maybe we'll play some Grounded and kill some spiders and stuff to get you over your arachnophobia. I mean, but then there's tick phobia, or whatever you call that, and mosquito. But phobias exist too because dangers exist, right? There are some spiders that can kill you. It's psychologically built into your brain, right? Again, if something can't kill you, and there were 100 of them on you, what's the worst thing you can have on you? Electric eels, probably. It would be terrifying and terrible. I just showered as well. Smell like coconut and honey, because that's what my shower gel thingy contains. Yeah, I have a sandalwood scented shampoos and conditioners and stuff, so... But yeah, sandalwood and grapefruit. That is what I generally smell like. Which is a good combination, I think. Rats in a heated bucket. Oh, yeah, okay, Ice. Yeah, I know about the... heated buckets of rats scenario. That would be awful. Yeah, I mean, you have 100 of any... You have anything in a heated bucket, and it's gonna bore through you, right? Now we're getting into medieval torture methods and ways of executing prisoners with the most pain possible. You could get drawn and quartered by horses. That would suck. Because guess what? When you're drawn and quartered, only 3 of your limbs tear off. It's usually your dominant leg that stays attached, which means you're just kind of drugged through the town square. It would be my right leg, for some reason, that's slightly larger than my left leg, so both my arms, whee! Both my left leg, whee! And then I'd be like, you know, a third of a man being driven down a road, tied rope around my ankle, drugged through the streets as I quickly bleed out because, of course, I'm missing 3 limbs. Not a great way to go. I mean, there's a lot of really bad ways to go. The Brazen Bull, terrible, right? You want to be boiled alive in a giant metal bowl as it slowly heats... Oh, yeah. Strapped on fast-growing bamboo bed. Respectfully, what did I just walk into? We're talking about torture methods. We just got over talking about... Because, of course, butterflies are torture. No, we were originally talking about what would you rather have placed on your body. 100 sterile, non-disease-causing ticks, or 100 non-venomous spiders. And that has slowly devolved into, well, rats in a heated bucket and... different ways that we can kill people using medieval torture methods. So that's what you walked into. I'd go for the spooters. So would I. I would go for the spooters as well. If they are not going to kill me with some venom, I would rather... I mean, keep in mind, none of these are great scenarios. I would never... You couldn't... you know what? I was about to say you couldn't pay me to stick my head into a box full of spiders, but you probably could. I hate to say it, but you probably could pay me to stick my head in a box full of spiders. When it comes, like... Oh, I hate that concept of, yeah, I probably could. I probably would. How much would I stick my head in for in a box full of spiders? That's the real question. I had a 17 centimeter tarantula on my shoulder. I'm still mad the dude did not let me touch it. Yeah. Thing is when you touch a spider and the spider is not used to you, it can act wild and aggressive. It could have bitten you. It's probably why the dude suggested against that. Is because the spider is not used to your scent. It's not used to you handling it. You can get spiders that you learn to handle it for. I would do that for free. Sorry, Ice, I would not. I would not stick my head full of a box full of... You can do that right now. Just roll around in the dirt underneath your deck or something, and you can get bitten by tons of spiders. Just, you don't have a deck? Go find a deck. There's lots of decks. Just find a house with a deck. 100 spiders are death by panic attack. Yeah. It would... I mean, there's a reason why Fear Factor was such a popular show. I still think One of the worst Fear Factor shows that I've ever seen in my life. And it's funny because I don't have a fear of them nearly as much as I used to. There's this one episode where everyone got... I had a crippling fear of needles as a child. So when the Fear Factor episode came out and it's like, hey, we're gonna stab you with progressively larger needles and like have them go in one side of your skin, like in one side and out the other, these big arse needles going through your skin, I thought that was the worst thing ever. Now it's just like, oh, those are just piercings with extra steps. Which, you know, I'm not a fan of piercings either. Like, I wouldn't get a piercing. I wouldn't get a tattoo either. There's no reason for me to do that. Never gonna get one. Just, I plan young life. Not gonna put holes in my body or tattoos or anything like that. It's just part of it. Yeah, needles were terrible. Now, it's not awful. After the punishment, they count 95 spiders instead of 100. Fear for weeks. Oh yeah, no. 5 of them have climbed into your ears and nose and mouth. One's in behind your eye socket. Hey, baby impling. Nice. Silver bar. For free. I have 3 cats as pets. Otherwise, I would 100% get a tarantula cobalt blue. Yeah, I don't have pets. I don't plan on getting pets while I'm living in the RV. Once I get an apartment, yeah, sure. I'll probably get a pet. What pet? I'll let Paul decide. Maybe it'll be a spider. Maybe it'll be a snake. Maybe it'll be a cat or a dog. Who knows? I'll probably let chat decide that. Because honestly, I have no attachment. Actually, it won't be a dog. I have a dander allergy to dogs. So it will not be a dog. Tiger. Yeah. If I could get a pet tiger and afford to keep it, 100% I would. Oh my gosh. I would definitely pick a tiger if that was an option. Unfortunately, this is Canada. This is not the United States, and so it is not legal to own a tiger. I have checked. Unfortunately, I do have to abide by the law of the land, which, unfortunately, owning a tiger does act against. So, no, there will be no tigers. I'll be nice and give you a cat. Yeah, but what kind of cat? Are we going for, like, a derpy orange cat? Are we going for a black cat? Are we going for... pet mosquito. That pet mosquito would... I would show you the trick. You know the trick that every pet can do once? The splat trick? I have enough pet mosquitoes here, so to speak. That's why I have spiders, to get rid of the mosquitoes. Those are wild spiders, though. Right? The pet mosquitoes... Wham! There we go. Show you that trick. Amazing. Norwegian forest cat, of course. I am nowhere near Norway. I don't know if it's legal to import a Norwegian forest cat, nor how expensive it is to keep one. But yeah, a cat would be nice, honestly. I think a cat... I mean, a cat's kind of a basic choice. It does look cute, too. I'll have to take a look and see what a Norwegian forest cat looks like. Hold on. Oh, yeah, one of those big poofy poofs. Oh, speaking of, there's my pet fly. It's one of these little poofy poofs. Cute. Those are cute. You should get a Maine Coon. I've had a Maine Coon. The first cat that we ever had was a Maine Coon. It was named Gussie. It was our family cat. Gussie the cat. Incredible cat. The sucker was amazing. Do not get a Maine Coon. I've had a Maine Coon. I'm not getting another Maine Coon. Diseases on 4 legs. It was an outdoor cat. It was a hunter. It was a amazing kitty cat. Honestly, I liked them. But, no, I don't think I'd get a Maine Coon. Mainly for the length of hair. The hair length is really long. It gets everywhere. Honestly, it would probably... I don't know cat breeds. It's just pick a color, right? You'd probably get it from the local animal shelter or something like that. Probably get either a rescue kitty or something along that lines. I'd probably live stream it from my phone and let the comments decide which one we get. That would be kind of fun, actually. That might be a fun live stream video idea. Is having chat help me pick out a cat. Every single person I know with Maine Coons have complained about health issues. Yeah, ours lived for 17 years and then was killed by a cougar. So I never had problems with that. The only issues I've ever had with my Maine Coon was when it got into a fight with a raccoon. It won, but then it got infected near its tail, and we had to get it a lot of antibiotics and stuff like that to get the swelling and infection down. I have a Maine Coon, yeah, she has diabetes, and she only had diabetes, which is pretty good for a Maine Coon, yeah. Ours just got wild animal injuries. Ours was pretty disease-free, but then again, we kept our cat differently from a lot of others, right? The first place I grew up with was shockingly enough, it was a quarter-acre lot in a trailer park. It was a really nice trailer park, but yeah, it was a quarter-acre lot in a trailer park in the middle of I can say this now because I don't live there anymore, but it was a place called Whiskey Creek on Vancouver Island. There's this little place called Whiskey Creek, and I lived on this little place called Melrose. And it's just the whitest, trailer trashiest part that you could ever find. Like, it's the equivalent of white people the hood. I hate to say it, but yeah, I was one of those trash kids growing up. You know, our neighbors grew weed plants, and we would throw rocks at nearby traveling vehicles. We wouldn't throw them at the vehicles, we'd throw them at the tires and watch them boing out as the cars rolled over the rocks. We'd put pennies on railroad tracks to flatten them out. We would use lighters, and we'd melt plastic bags onto our own skin as a sign of masculinity and toughness. And whoever could get the most drops of plastic on their skin without pulling away was the toughest that day, right? Like, I grew up really trashy. Then when I was about 11 years old, my father got a chunk of land, not gonna say where, but it was several acres, little ways away. There's a word for that kind of, yeah, redneck. I was a redneck. Still am a redneck, right? Grew up around that. I built a freaking solar system on my roof on an RV that cost me, like, the RV I live in was $3,500. It was not an expensive RV, right? I put probably $2,000 into the full solar setup, right? I did that all myself, right? No one does that yourself. If you're a white collar guy, you're not doing that. You're not setting up a solar system by yourself. No, that's silly. You wouldn't do that. So yeah, no, I'm definitely still on that side of either blue collar or just straight up redneck. Redneck Canadian. Also, I see you went to KSS. No, I didn't. I actually went to QBMS, which is Qualicum Beach Middle School. And then by the time I was about to reach high school, I moved. Yeah, I moved. So I never got to go to KSS. I mean, my bus from QBMS, that's Qualicum Beach Middle School. Secondhand panels are way cheaper. I mean, yeah, they are, but they didn't exist when I set this up. Secondhand panels were rare because no one was getting secondhand panels. Yeah, I only have 4 panels on my roof, but they're big. They're like 350 to 400 watts. They're pretty big panels. Yeah, it's funny. I went to QBMS for grade 6, moved grade 7, and yeah, weird stuff. But yeah, the bus would pick me up from the middle school. It would then transfer me to the high school, where we had to then line up to get on the other bus that would then take me home, because I was so far out in the middle of nowhere that there was only one bus that went in and out of town, and it only went to the high school. So there were a bunch of middle school kids lining up at the high school. And so I did get to actually go to KSS a little bit, but yeah, unfortunately I was referencing something, but I'm not going to mention it. Okay. I hope there's a really good I hope those asterisks are there covering a very specific word. That is not going to be repeated here on a live stream, though. I can imagine what that word is. Yeah, redneck is the appropriate term, I would say. Yeah, the solar setup, it was definitely tricky to get into. I cannot tell me. Yeah, Ice, get private message by Ahumaya on Discord if you want to know the word. We're not doing that here. No, Relix, those two are completely different. The thing is... Okay, sure. Well, those two... If the two words are completely different, then I'm not that other word. I am the redneck. Right? Because that's what I did. I built things with duct tape, played in the woods, did weird redneck forest stuff, built potato cannons out of freaking pieces of plumbing left over from the nearby plumber. Oh, Ahumaya, you finally saw what that word might look like with the asterisks, huh? Maybe that's, maybe that was an error? We've actually gotten half a level just doing this, just talking about weird stuff. Ugh. Yeah, let's not get my account banned because you're having a weird conversation. All I can keep thinking of is the German word for sausage. Well, I mean, now I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold on. Bratwurst. Weibwurst? A Bavarian pork and veal sausage? Leberwurst? Das ist mir Wurst? Yeah, I'm not getting it there. It's just worst. Yeah, not sure where that's going, but... Ah, no. I am bad. Okay. You're bad. Oh, man. Ribby harvests are such a pain in the butt. But, I mean, we can catch them, which is nice. A Wienerwurst. Vienna sausage. That's funny, is, it auto-translated, YouTube auto-translated you saying Wienerwurst into Vienna sausage, which is kind of funny. How many you got banked? I only have a couple dozen. Yeah, it's winner. Yeah, that's the word. A winner. I grew up a winner. Because I got to grow up... Honestly, it wasn't too bad. I was bullied as a kid. As you can imagine, I was a bit of a class clown. And a teacher. Somehow I got in this weird fine line between class clown and teacher's pet. So I got bullied by the kids. It wasn't until I hit, like, puberty, grade 8, did the bullying stop. I have a personality, as you can imagine. I didn't take crap from people, but oh my gosh, yeah, no, like, when I was a little kid, I was basically, what's his name? What's that nerdy, the nerdy dork kid from, The Simpsons? The one where there's that weird episode where it turns out he's actually a full-grown man and, has a wife and kids. Not Millhouse. Not Millhouse. It's the, And it's not Ralph either, although that would have been funny. I should have said Ralph. The nerdy kid that wears the white shirt. Martin Prince. Was Martin. I almost was a little bit Martin-y as an early kid. Like, I was a bit of a dork. I was a dork. Yeah, it wasn't great. I grew out of that eventually, but oh boy, yeah, no, as a child I was quite a Martin. Bit of a teacher's pet, little bit jokey. I was a little jokier than Martin. I had it was like Martin mixed with Bart, but then also probably the same body type as Martin, so I still remember the names and addresses of the bullies that picked on me in school, right? Like, I have that on lockdown. One day, no, I'm kidding. No, I have long since forgiven them. They were children. I know children are a pain in the butt. It's, what? ICMB time? What? I don't know what that is. Are you thinking ICBM, like an intercontinental ballistic missile? You think I'm gonna throw a nuke at them? Is that what you're getting at, Chelsea? Just bomb them? No. Yeah, I can't spell them, B. That's okay. We're all a little dyslexic here. No. Yeah, send them a box of spiders or ticks. Yeah, that's how I'll get my revenge. Box full of spiders. No. My style is more confetti bomb. Have them open up a package and... Now their house is covered in glitter. Middle school, I was considered a math and physics prodigy. Teachers believed in me over anyone. It was a dispute. I may have lied to those teachers so much. Yeah. Well, thing is I was a bit of a math whiz as well. And then what happened, so, like, I would ace all of my math tests right up until I hit grade 7. We were given, you know those big elementary school textbooks or the middle school textbooks? The ones that are like this thick and like, they're just chunky textbooks. I was such a boring child. I completed the textbook. I had every single page answered. We were only supposed to do the left side. I did it all. Whole damn book. I completed the textbook. And so my grade 7 math teacher was like, maybe you're not, and like I completed it and it was correct. That's the thing. 5 to 6 years ahead of time kind of prodigy. Yeah, I wasn't anything like that. I was a year ahead kind of a thing. The problem is my teacher thought, you know, let's introduce him to grade 8 math in grade 7, but didn't actually teach me or anything, just gave me the grade 8 textbook. And then said, have at her. Well, turns out I really didn't want to get ahead of things, but you know what? I'll take the grade 8 math test. Sure, why not? Just to see. Turns out I passed at like a 50%. Like, without studying, my grade 7 math stuff gave me enough knowledge to actually pass grade 8 math. Okay? Oh, shoot, that puts you in the grade 9 math class. Guess what? I didn't learn any of the basics from grade 8 math, and from grade 8 math on, I was a C student. I did not get anything above a C+, or that's like a 69, 70% in anything. I remember the final year of high school doing math. It was grade 11 doing grade 12 math. And I remember having a failing grade, 48%, in that final year. And then studying the crap out and doing like anime protagonist style study session And I passed that final test with enough that it bumped me over and allowed me to pass the class. I think I ended with like 56 or 57%. Then again, the teacher could have been marking me negatively because I almost hit him with my car. That's a different story. My life was weird. Right. Grade 8, I was doing university stuff. Yeah, that's interesting. Ice. There's no bully ever. Yeah. My favorite teacher was in high school. Did things where on Monday would give the whole Friday exam as a pop quiz. You passed if you didn't have to do homework for the whole week. Oh, that's an interesting concept. I kind of like that. I didn't do homework the whole year that class. Did you pre-study for those pop quizzes, though? Because that's just pre-homework at that point, right? Or if you just kind of paid attention in class and were able to do the quizzes, then, I mean, that's another thing entirely. We should be done in about an hour and a half. Probably. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Yeah, we'll probably go to about 8:30. Everyone was so disappointed. I didn't want to spend my life studying math, so I sabotaged myself in the Olympiad that year. Instead of 28 out of 28, I got 6.5. You see, Ice, there's a problem with that, is if you're that smart, why would you self-sabotage yourself? That seems like just a story you're telling me. I don't know for a fact that that's a thing. Like, you gotta bring receipts to something like that. That's an outlandish story. Yeah. I don't mean to call you out, but something along that doesn't seem believable. You gotta have some receipt or something. No, honestly, it was easy. I just showed up with no studying. That's kind of interesting. I wanted to go a step down. Then you just tell them that. My teacher almost ran over by a student on their final. Teacher found out it was a license, told the student they turned in their final. The questions are, like, understandable. Yeah. My teacher spent 30 minutes in a class about the human body, so everyone got 2 questions. If you didn't know, you were not allowed in for 30 minutes. Day 3, everyone studied the body parts. Huh. Weird. Yeah, the studying methods are definitely different depending on what it is. It's weird. When we talk about academics, yeah, in hindsight, I should have, but I was a bit scared because at the point everyone was pushing me. Only think a 16-year-old could think about. Yeah, fair enough. But then again, what can you do with a math degree, right? If they were pushing you for math, what are you doing with that math? Right? Now, if you wanted to be like a civil engineer, then, I mean, that's kind of interesting. That gives you a high-paying, end-of-the-line job, right? That uses your math as a core standpoint of building hyperstructures and stuff like that, right? Like, if you were the one who made the, you know, Burj Dubai, or, you know, whatever the big building is in Dubai is, right? Like, that is the pinnacle of mathematics in order to get that to work properly, right? As long as there's, but, like, if it's just like, oh, I'm smart, I'm good at math, it's like, what are you doing with that math? What did you want to do with that math? It's not like thinking, like, all I wanted to do was spend 14... All I wanted to do is not spend 14 hours a day doing math crap. Yeah, well, thing is, yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's the thing, is it wasn't your hyperfixation, it wasn't your hyperfocus, right? Like, mine was Runescape as a child, right? That's why I was so good at typing and writing. I got straight A's in English because I spent so much time selling lobsters and rune plate bodies in West Varrock, outside of the bank, the Burj Khalifa. Thank you. Yeah. spent so much time typing and stuff like that. Like, when it came to computer classes and typing, I was just so far ahead of the class, right? But, like, then it came down to freaking French. Oh my gosh. So Canada, you have to actually study French. I sucked at French. I hated French. I did not want to learn words that didn't mean anything in my language. It was just like, puis-je aller à la toilette and parlez-vous français. That was like all the French. That's all the French I really know. I know how to count to 20. That's about it. I could not be bothered with French. Viva la Revolution. Yeah, exactly. Or omelette du fromage. Get some Dexter's Lab in here. Omelette du fromage. Yeah. So yeah, I didn't like French. So I didn't, after grade 8, which was the last mandatory year of French, I just didn't learn the language. Didn't need to. What's the point? Right? In hindsight, I probably should have went to Spanish classes, because when I did some humanitarian work down in Argentina, hablo español ahora. Puede decir que es importante para mí y para ustedes para vivir allá. Y bueno, yeah, I speak Spanish now. Yeah, I could say what was necessary. See, yeah, I speak Spanish. It's at an intermediate level. Like, it's enough to get around and do what I need. It's not enough to hold, like, weird, convoluted conversations like we are. Like, I couldn't say, you know, besides, ¿dónde está la biblioteca? No, I'm kidding. That's the Spanish everyone learns. Enough to know that omelette du fromage is wrong. It's omelette au fromage. Yeah. So, that's a moderate amount, Ahumaya. If you know that that's a problem, then you probably know grammatical syntax in French. Which is a moderate amount. Ooh, he speaks Spanish. Can't do the N. I'm very proud of you. Yeah. The rolling my R's was a harder part. But eventually, you know, perrito, or little dog. Perro is regular dog. But that's a double R, and you have to roll with the underside of your tongue on double R's. Don't think American keyboards have it. Mobile, probably. Yeah. Oh, like the Nyes. Oh, yeah. I getcha. Yeah, American keyboards, Canadian keyboards don't even have that. You gotta actually go into the Spanish keyboards for those settings. Because there are accents over French words and stuff like that, but those accents are different from the Spanish accents. So, like, they don't line up one-to-one. I live in Spanish. You live in Spanish. As in, okay. I never knew Spanish was a country, but cool. I have a Spanish keyboard, never installed the Spanish language thing on Windows. Okay, me Dumbo, live in Spain, not Spanish. Oh, you live in Spain, eh? Okay, that's cool. I have been to Spain. Only once. Barcelona. It was a great time. I enjoyed it there. It was nice. Yeah, I really liked Spain. Got lots of pictures. I actually have a video of my trip to Spain. That's on the old channel. If you ever want to see Spanish Barcelona video, I have that on my old YouTube channel, which is kind of funny. Blah, come to Malaga next time, better place. Yeah, next time I have the disposable income to go to halfway across the world, I will definitely visit Malaga. I've never heard of that place. What is there in Malaga? Or Malaga? Poor Spain borders now. Yeah. So, while that is inherently... I mean, that's the thing, is I think what's happening in Spain right now, that's not politics. Like, we stay away from politics and religion here, right? That is more news and world events than anything, and that's I don't consider that too political. Yeah, if any of you are unaware, there's a place in the northern point of Africa that is occupied as a city-state of Spain. Costa del Sol, Malaga, is the big city on the coast. If you fly there, you fly there if you want to visit it. Which coast? Northeast, west, or south? You know what? I can just look it up. Hold on. Malaga, Spain. It's 27 degrees and sunny there. Go figure. Malaga is... Oh. It's on the southern coast of Spain, unironically close to what we're talking about. Which is the... I think it's Ceuta, Spain. It's that city-state on the northeastern side of Morocco. It's the one that's being, the straight-up invasion. Yeah, exactly. There's no way around talking about anything besides that. It's also 4 a.m. and 27, but that's another story. Yeah, 27 degrees and 4 a.m. and 27 degrees. Yeah, go to bed. Yeah. Now, ICE is here all the time at 4 a.m. Do you have, like, night shift work or something? Like, why are you up at 4 a.m.? That's crazy. You're thinking of, Ceuta. That's the one. It's, C-E-U-T-A is the spelling of it. Yeah, it's this place right here. Bonk. So, see, yeah, we have all these places. Malaga it was on this, it's right here. Malaga's right here. And then down here, there's Gibraltar, Strait of Gibraltar, this area right here, and then there's this little area right here. This is Spanish territory, but it's currently basically in dispute. Morocco thinks they own it, Spain thinks they own it, and they just sent, like, apparently, allegedly, I'm not there, like 40,000 different people across the border, and there's a whole bunch of false information on that. What is real and what is not is very debatable. It's very difficult to tell what is real and what isn't from the news coming out of there, because, like, it could be all real and it's just, like, absolutely horrifying, or it could be, like, a lot of, I don't know. I feel that. I have a situation called jobless for a while now. Yeah, I get you there. I'm not jobless, but I definitely don't have a full-time work. I work like 1 to 2 times a week. Mainly by choice, honestly, because I am enjoying doing, the series, the channel, so much. I've been pushing away from regular work for longer and longer because it's not a lot. It's not a lot that you get from this, but it's enough that it pays my food bills, and the other days pay for my rent and phone bill and hydro and all that stuff, so not that I have a hydro bill, it's all solar here, but yeah. Has your workload at your normal job been better? Did you end up hiring someone? We ended up getting someone else in there, yes, we did. I'm now just I'm just Wednesdays and Saturdays, and the Wednesdays are kind of like on and off, depending. So it's really just Saturdays I'm working, and then Wednesdays occasionally. The Saturdays cover my rent, and the Wednesdays are basically bonus money. So usually I'm like taking home, $400 or $500 from the job a month. It's not a lot, but I mean, it's more than YouTube pays occasionally. Like, it depends. When Chunkmist first came out, episode 1 came out, YouTube was just giving me a lot, enough that I could happily live sustainably off of that. Now, no, nowhere near. The Chunkmist episodes bring in a lot less now. Because, of course, it's past episode 1. It's funny because you think, you know, you're planning on streaming Thursdays again, or not yet due to editing. Yeah, not yet due to editing. It might be not yet due to I kind of enjoy having a once-a-week stream. It adds a little bit of scarcity to the streams, and because what was happening is we were streaming so much that people wouldn't want to tune in because it wasn't special. Once a week, it's like, oh, that's cool. We get to catch up with Chunkmist. If it's multiple times a week, I don't know. It seemed like there were fewer people interacting less. If it was streamable content, like outside of catching butterflies and stuff, maybe I would consider it. Like if we're on a, you know, we might have a couple bonus streams here or there. Like if we're doing, you know, Tombs of a Masket, it might be really cool to have multiple streams. You plan on doing YouTube stuff with series that are no longer than 6 episodes might be a genius play. Yeah, I've thought about that. The problem is if we do mini-series, yeah, mini-series work really well for YouTube. You have things like Dirt Johnson taking on the... from Nine Rain series, Dirt Johnson. Perfect example of something absolutely and positively tailor-made for the old school RuneScape scene on YouTube. That is like the perfect example of a miniseries. Doc Johnson, Dirt Johnson. Why are they all Johnsons? Everything's Johnson nowadays. But yeah, those miniseries do very, very, very well. The problem is if I start making a series like that first, that means Chunkmist or Damage Locked is not being worked on. Which is a little problematic because that's what people know me for, right? If I were to start a series like that, then I don't know. It's because nobody actually is original. They're all sheep. You can't do that for RuneScape, though, so you are screwed. So, wait, why can't I do that for RuneScape, though? So why couldn't I do a mini-series? I don't understand that. Why wouldn't I be able to do that? I can do whatever the heck I want. I can turn this into a League of Legends channel if I wanted to. I can do anything. Right? It's just I don't want to. No one would watch me if I played League. That would be hilarious, but, like, you could. Right? I was thinking when we said it loud, because it would kill the other two kind. Yeah, exact. Oh, okay. That's what I get. Yeah. No, it would kill the other two. That is exactly right. Is it would become the priority, and then you'd just have mini-series over and over and over and over. And no one would want the chunk series, because everyone's expecting these little funny, well-made, you know, 3-part or 6-part series of, you know, can I kill this boss by staying in this certain area, or can I escape the sewer? Sewer Locked was another great sewer maxing, I think. Nine Rain's just, like, he's nailing YouTube with RuneScape right now. Yeah. I mean, thinking about it when you said it out loud, because it'll kill you, yeah. We are gone, we hate LOL, exactly. Yeah. Relix is going to be the next biggest ESO streamer. What? Elder Scrolls Online? No, we're not going Elder Scrolls. Oh my goodness, that would be... my laptop could not handle Elder Scrolls. At that point, you might as well just go GTA 6. Dude, when has Nine Rain ever had his own idea? I mean, it's always a twist on an existing idea, and that's most things. Most things are twists on their own ideas. Play League, Kog'Maw butterfly skin is basically the same as OSRS now. Yeah, unfortunately I have the Pugmaw skin, so I wouldn't be able to play as the butterfly, because objectively that skin is better. Talking about Doc Johnson. It's about time for the next episode to come out. Yeah, no, it is about Doc Johnson time. I can... it might be another week or so. He was moderately recent posting, and since he's working on Kraken stuff, that is going to be fairly time-consuming, I think. There's definitely going to be a little bit of a gap in the time frame there. For someone to be good at content creation, they need to be creative, which is difficult for people. Well, the thing is you can be creative, but if you don't simplify the creativity, you run into a lower bound scenario, right? You have to admit, Lorebound, pretty damn creative, right? Using in-game text to create an adventure, seeing if we can complete the quest cape. That's how it originally started, but it was too complicated. The rules bogged it down. There was so much to keep track of and stuff like that, that it suddenly became a deterrent. It worked the opposite direction. Lorebound became too complex for the general population in order to watch. That's why the Extreme Onechunk Ironman became so popular, is because it was masochistic and it was simple. Do everything you can in the chunk. If it isn't a meme grind, you do it. Even meme grinds sometimes are you do it, right? That's why none of these short series is like 2 to 3 episodes. Most of them are leaving out the second episode and never coming back. Yeah, exactly. You see that quite a bit. It's like, oh, I'm making a series. It didn't do as well as I performed. Well, that series can piss right off then. Right? Poof, gone. I got the majority of viewers. Who cares? Let's get rid of it. Next series. Let's go, let's go. They'd probably buy a 1-month membership and just cycle through new accounts. Where did you live? I'm from Argentina. I was actually in 3 different areas up there. There was Salta, Argentina. There was San Miguel del Tucumán in Argentina. Again, these are all in Argentina. There was Salta. It was San Miguel del... I can't remember if it was San Salvador del Tucumán. It was Tucumán. I lived in Tucumán. The longest I spent, though, was probably in Jujuy. San Salvador del Jujuy. That's where I spent most of my time. I spent like 4.5 months in that area. I was helping rebuild houses and stuff because the government, basically they bulldozed a bunch of there's a huge Bolivian population there, and they bulldozed all these houses that the not so legal Bolivians were living in because it was like they needed that space for a highway and they were not given permission to build there. So they basically displaced all these Bolivian people and poor Argentinians that also lived in that area. And so we spent a bunch of time building shelters and houses for them and stuff like that. Yeah. But Jujuy. I can even point out the apartment complex that I was in. But we're not going to do that. I don't want to accidentally dox people in Argentina. Oh, there was this internet cafe that I'd frequent down there. Yeah, I was almost like a living resident for 4.5 months. I spent, you know, what organization did you volunteer to? We don't need to. It's not important. We're not getting into that. Freaking butterflies. They are so slow. We're almost there. 17k to go. We're so close. We're so close. My hand is starting to cramp a little, as per normal. Oh, speaking of, stay hydrated. Don't forget to water. Yeah, give your entire social number and everything that'll allow us to rack up debt on your end. Yeah, exactly. Let's give you everything about my life. No, that doesn't need to be. We're not tracking me down through charity organizations and stuff like that. I'll talk about where I've lived and where I've done stuff, but we're not getting names and places like that involved. Don't want to dox myself through regular conversation. Relix. Yeah, sorry, no, that's the Relix. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, no, sorry, not gonna happen. Why bother? Just strong arm Relix into getting the money himself. Well, you have to find me first, Ice. I have been very specific to leave out my address and other locations, so it's gonna be a little trickier for you to find out. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that's a little too personal because basically you could go to the organization that I volunteered with and track me down. Yeah, you live in Canada. Easy search. Yep. I live in Canada. I already told you I live on Vancouver Island. That's about as far as we're getting there. Okay? Oh, have you heard of the the Union Strike? No, I haven't. Hunter training, or we're doing another impling gamble. Fat platypus, you are 100% correct. Basically, we are getting to 71 so that we can not train off of ruby harvests. We'll then be able to not boost to do imps. And when we have access to imps that way, we can then, yeah, we can use that train up to level 82. 82 is what we need, because we can boost to 83. And then we'll be able to catch dragon implings. Dragon implings have a chance of giving us a summer pie. Summer pie gives us a +5 agility boost, which means we only need to train to 85 instead of 89 in order to complete our chunk. Which is, considering the speed of the agility, speaking of, we have level 50 agility and we've been going for weeks. It makes sense. It really makes sense that that we find another way. Still need to get, just caught 1602 moonlight rocks to restock my prayer stock. Ha ha ha. Yeah, well, I mean, I think I'm at like catch number probably 45,000 now on ruby harvests. Tracks, anytime save is welcome. Exactly. Plus, you know, there's always the chance that we end up rolling the Brimhaven dungeon after this and still have to do more agility. In which case, then we can do the Brimhaven agility dungeon, unlock everything else that way, right? We don't want to waste time if we don't have to, right? You could be like an absolutist and say, oh, why don't we just get 90 agility? Just go for it, or whatever. No, there's no reason to. Holy. If that's all the moonlight moths, it would be like 90,000 paradoses time. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Toreg. We've caught a lot of these. Of course, we haven't put them all in jars. Big difference there, right? Just catching them themselves is half the battle, running them back and banking them is the other half. Yeah, the Beshida strike. Holding up signs saying gamers deserve better, and where's that energy for the last 8 years? Moth juice, whatever the clan calls them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, the strike could be a political stunt. It could be people genuinely sick and tired of how they're treating gamers. But if there was an actual protest there, you'd think there'd be protests in other places, like PlayStation, for getting rid of physical copies of games and stuff like that. But there isn't. Like, there are much more pressing matters than a strike there, of all places. I don't know what the strike is specifically about. They deserve better what? Like, better content? Better... Like, I'm not sure exactly what that's... Like, where did this stem from? Was it just, they need more... More what? More sex scenes in their God of War games? Like, what's the strike about? Do you know, Ahumaya? Do you know what that strike would be about, besides just... I haven't looked into that, honestly. That drop table at least doesn't look scary. Maybe the fletching. Yeah, exactly. The dragon darts are kind of spooky. The dragon arrows are a soft second place, but honestly, we can get that pretty quickly. We have quite a few arrowheads and bolts, unfinished bolts, kind of in the bank, ready to go, so it wouldn't be ultimately super scary. 95 fletching from totems. 95 fletching from totems would be great. 95 fletching not from totems would not be great. We have enough bows to hit 99 right now, by the way. Like, we have well and beyond the fletching requirement if we were able to use totems. In terms of, like, yeah. It's actually crazy. You know what? Hold on. Quizmaster! Yeah, sure, I'll play. Woo! An now we get to play in this dark quiz room because, again, the region locker does not like us. See, look, boom. That's normal. Odd one out. Jewelry. Fish. Don't take this out of context. Shield. Shovel. Get that mystery box, baby. Not gonna open the mystery box because we're not on a non-members world and we don't want a rune bar from that and destroy the account. Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious, but we're not gonna do that. That is just a 1 in 5 lamp chance. So it's downsizing and firing a lot of developers. The issue is they haven't delivered a major game since Starfield and hasn't delivered a good game since Fallout 4 or Skyrim. That is fair. Excited for Damaged Lock, even though it's going to be restricted to Mage. Yeah, well, as I said at the beginning of the episode 0, MJ, the reason why we didn't restrict that to those specific things is really comes down to one specific quest, actually, is what made the main difference. And that quest is Beneath Cursed Sands. I'm gonna just swap this over here again. This is the quest that ultimately stopped us from doing specific quest-specific combat. Now, if you look here, it doesn't actually have any specific requirement for combat. The problem comes from this boss. That specific boss right there, the Menophyte Ak, turns out he is absolutely impossible to damage outside of melee. Ranged and magic would just not be able to beat him. We checked the stats, like these are, it's just impossible. It became so difficult that unless we were in like end game gear, we would not ever be able to do that. And then we realized there were also things like, oh, the Mage Arena, which is, of course, locked. Mage Arena 1, you need 60 magic. If you're not using magic, well, screw that, you can never play the game. So we decided to lock it to things that would be remarkably difficult, but not impossible, right? And so that's why we all have slash, crush, stab, right? There are certain bosses that are just going to be almost exclusively one style or another, and we're just going to basically set loose the one brother that can do that particular task. I mean, with again, episode 0, it mentions Auburn Vale, right? We're in Auburn Vale. The first thing that comes to mind is, oh, the Huey Coatl's nearby. That can only be damaged by heavy and earth, right? Everything else is just kind of like you can't really use ranged against it. And both heavy and earth are both the tank, so that would be heavy locked. That would have to do that particular grind. So what does that mean for light and mid? Well, I don't know, right? It could be anything. We don't know. We haven't gotten to that point, but basically we're gonna probably sick heavy onto that and hope there are other tasks that we can work on at the same time that doesn't waste our time, right? And if we're done everything and they're still on that task, who knows? We might have to not just standing, like group, not just standing and roll and force heavy to stay in that chunk while they finish up. We haven't really discussed it, honestly, because like it's so far away. The odds of us rolling Huey, I mean, it's still several chunks away from episode 0. Who knows how far we are nowadays, right? Skyrim was 2011. Yeah, I know, it's a long time. Skyrim was a good game. So you're finally awake, huh? I want to see Heavy in versus Desert Treasure 2. Yeah. The thing is yeah, there's... Oh, yeah. No, Vardorvis is going to be really hard for Heavy. Or no, Light is going to have a really, really hard time. Holy cow. Look at these. Okay, here's some Vardorvis stats. You look here. Slash, plus 65. Crush, plus 85. Stab, plus 215. Ooh. That might be right near impossible. That's a huge armor level. That's enormous. Vardorvis might be impossible for Light to do. That's a huge defense bonus. Oh, that is post-quest. Hold on. Regular quest. Plus 150. That might be possible. Might be possible for him to beat that. Yeah, Crush, plus 50. That's possible. Thinking more Leviathan. It's doable, but it would be fun to see. Oh, Heavy? No, you kidding me? Freaking... My main group Ironman account, I used a rune crossbow to mass kill it. Killed it several hundred times. Regular Leviathan. It's fun with a rune crossbow. That's good. And since all of us have access to shadow magic, which is the one main mechanic for Abyssal Sire and Leviathan, we can all participate in that. Yeah, Heavy has bolts. Heavy has bolts. I have bow, so I'd have to use a bow and arrow. Let's look at Leviathan real quick. The Leviathan. Plus 50, 50, 25. Yeah, the defensives are manageable for everything there. Yeah, that's fine. Leviathan's not going to be a problem. Especially the quest Leviathan, right? It's going to have even less defensive stats. Let's see. What would... You know what? It's honestly... The Whisperer... No, we all have magic styles. It's 60% weakness to Earth, but like we're all likely going to have access to some sort of elemental powered staffs. I have knives and darts. Yeah, Light. By the way, Lelouch, right there. Looks like you're talking about it. Yeah, Lelouch is light locked. I have knives and darts. Yeah, so knives and darts are going to be tricky, honestly. Vardorvis on a chunker. Lol. Yeah, that quest is massive. Yeah, keep in mind, again, that is like end of the game questing. But keep in mind, also, because we're a 3-man group chunker, we're going to be able to get through chunks a lot faster than other accounts. Like, even if we are semi-extreme, odds are we're going to get our stats up and be able to plow through a lot of stuff. So the only real benchmarks are going to be quests, because all of us need the quest requirements so that we can all do the quests at the same time. Those are the main benchmarks of, like, there is going to be a time when all of us need to get our cooking up. All of us need to get stuff up. But for non-quest requirements, we're all just going to bump it up as we can. Imagine your fletching ground with 3 idiots gathering logs for it. I don't have to imagine it. That's in episode 1. That is what you're going to see in episode 1. That's a big part of it. Right? We have level 90 fletching that we needed to start in episode 1, and that is coming up. That's obviously a given. Right? We started in Auburn-Vale. Fletching is going to be there. And thanks to Vale Totems, we can get Dragon Arrow tips from the Vale Totem rewards, which means we had to get 90 fletching. And guess what? We're gonna get 90 fletching. I'm gonna make sure that that is in episode 1. We're gonna complete the chunk in episode 1. That's not really, that's a given. We're going yeah, Auburn-Vale, my beloved. Auburn-Vale is amazing, right? I love freaking Auburn-Vale. It's probably my favorite area in RuneScape. Period. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. The sound is great. The visuals are beautiful. I mean, honestly, this isn't too bad either. Looks kind of pretty here. Whoa, what was that? Hold on. Oh. I saw the word porcupine in the top right corner. I thought it was an impling that was over there or something. That was kind of funny. Auburnvale, my beloved, yeah. The music is so chill in Auburnvale. It is. It's honestly not terrible here, too. This is probably my second favorite place, is Alderaan. I'm a little biased, though, because I've spent so much time here. Just a little bit of time. I'm excited to finally be able to, again, region locker, there we go. I'm finally excited to be able to say we can potentially unlock that chunk now. That is a new chunk roll, which is going to be fun. I guess who's back home with my dog? I hope it's you. If it's someone else who's back with your dog, then, hey, rich boy with the dog sitter, you wanna tell me, how you're getting such a disposable income there, bud? No. So I would guess it's probably you. Or your wife, or husband, or whoever it is, your significant other, maybe. Is that who's back? Or is it you? I take it it's you. I take it you're back. It's me. Okay, yeah. I'm like, oh, clearly it's Ice. Ice broke into your home and returned your dog. Well, welcome back. Welcome to the stream. I have that archaeology money. Yeah, the big dollars from discovering. That's funny. As soon as you hear archaeology, it's like, ah, you got those dinosaur bones, eh? Oh shoot, we just passed 800,000 Hunter XP, almost exclusively from Ruby Harvests, which is terrifying. Oh, my poor finkies. We have 9k to go, though, and then we no longer have to boost to get implings. Catching another 70,000 butterflies for the Hunter grind. No, we aren't. We are just doing this for another 9,000 XP, which is probably another 20-25 minutes. And then we will finally have the level for Impina boxes. We had to do it at level 70. We could boost. We can technically still boost now, but frankly, the amount of money and funds that it's gonna cost. Whew. I was shrimping there a little bit. Plus, my camera was starting to slide. Maybe that's why no one called me out. Yeah, I hope I roll my way to Auburnvale. Also, Elemental Staff. It's the Elemental Staff. It's the freaking Axe Shop. It's a Tanner. It's a freaking sawmill with a saw. Fully functional sawmill with a shop and a saw. There's, you know, looms and spinning wheels. There's so much stuff in the Auburnvale area. It's unreal. It's unreal. It's such a good chunk. Such a good chunk. I'm happy and excited that we got that. I mean, it's not that we got that, we chose that. Like, we debated for a long time on what chunk to do. And frankly, it was between that and then the ocean chunks. Because we kind of wanted to also do sailing. I'll show you which were the other ones. Hold on. Let's boop. Oh. Oh, there we go. Let's load into the chunk picker again. Let's hold on 1 second. Password, full screen. Bonk. There we go. The 3 potential chunks, I'm just going to put it on sandbox mode for a second. Just so we don't screw things up. Obviously, Pandemonium. It was the Kandarin Sea, this one here, which has, you guessed it, the shipwrecks for salvage. And then the shipyard. Those were the 3 chunks we were going to start with. And that would have given us a lot. It would have been real fun. I think that would have also been really fun. The problem is, how do we get our sailing level from 1 to the salvage level? And that would be like trimming our sails around the southern, like trimming our sails basically up to probably whatever that requirement is. Would have been a lot of sail trimming. It would have been really slow and inefficient, but it would have been possible. Would have been interesting, honestly. It was an interesting concept. It just didn't pan out because it was just too... I mean, it was interesting, but it's not for damage locked, right? That's another reason why we thought about the Varrock area and doing this. Because Scurious would have been a fantastic first boss for us. Right? Let's just look up Scurious real quick. Scurious. Look at that. Melee defense, basically neutral. It would have given us the bone staff or whatever that is. Which, if any of you are familiar with the bone staff at all, uses... where is it? Hold on. Scurious Spine, Bone Staff. What does it use to charge? Chaos Runes. Guess what we have in that chunk? If we did that, that and the chunk with the eastern bank below it, yeah, we had a rune shop. Which means that we could have all been using a bone staff to train magic, right? The Varrock chunk would have been great because we would have been able to show, oh, I can use the bone shortbow. Heavy can use the bone mace. If there was a rune mace drop, which I don't know if Scurious has a rune mace drop. I don't think he does. No, but that would have given us a bunch of rune gear. Would have given us, I mean, a lot of stuff, honestly. Food, prayer potions, supersets, cheeses. It would have been really fun. Those rat weapons only work on rats. Yep, you are correct. But for training on Scurious, and keep in mind, in damage locked, we are going for pets. So, Scurry, we would have had to have gotten Scurry, right? There are certain things that are definitely more intense than Chunkmist, right? We're going for pets. We're going for jars. We have to get jars from things. We got to get literally everything. We just don't have the everydrop rule on. We don't have capes, right? Those are the main differences, right? We don't have skill capes on Chunkmist either. I'm never doing a skill cape based. No monster drop Chunkman account. That would be, that's a skiller account, MJ. Those exist. There is a toggle for that. No capes! Exactly. You still remember that clip from a couple episodes ago in Chunkmist where I did that weird little edit of Edna Mode telling, from The Incredibles, telling Bob about the no capes rule that she has. Yeah, that was... I still remember that edit. That was fun. I like doing little things like that, but they're so time-consuming. Goodness gravy. Gravy? Oh boy. Starting to make new phrases. Speaking of, it's starting to get hot again in here. Man. Interesting how much our conversations have changed in this episode. We've gone from spiders, we were talking about spiders and ticks, to basically what are war crimes, to torture devices, and League of Legends skins, small screen. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I need to get better at that. That's one thing I need to get better at. If you lived in Galanor or another fantasy world like Faerun, do you think you'd try for the adventure life? And if so, how far would you go without something like a prophecy pushing you? That's a great question. Honestly, if I grew... Like, it depends if it was, like... I think it ultimately depends on, first of all, reincarnated with the same body, or teleported there, or born and raised in those areas. Like, it really depends, and that does make a big difference, right? If it was like first life, born and raised there, ideology just with my brain, 100% I would go into the adventurer style lifestyle. Because it's one of the few ways that you can make decent money. Right? I'm talking like farmer friend kind of... Yeah, hold on. I try to be a quest giver, because that means the player character won't kill me for XP. And keep in mind, we're talking realistic fantasy world. Right? If you're talking realistic fantasy world, it's got to be realistic. Like, you can't talk about player characters. If you lived in a fantasy world that there were player characters, first of all, you would likely be a player character. You wouldn't be a... And like, MJ, that brings up a whole bottle of worlds or worms of, are you on a PvP server or not? Sorry, the World Guardian. Yeah, again, with a Geostellar's first thing is, how far would you go without a prophecy pushing you? So World Guardian is 100% a prophecy pushing a player character. That's all there is to it. So no World Guardian for you. You're a level 3, you just appeared in Gelinor. Like, what are you doing? I think, what's his name? Who's doing that IRL Gelinor series right now? Was talking about what happens if everything was scaled up, you know, how you're not able to get into the castle because there'd be hundreds of guards in Lumbridge and stuff like that, and how it would take several days for you to get out to Fred the Farmer, or several hours walking back and forth. Who was that? Either way. Yeah, here's the thing is, first of all, the type of fantasy world makes a huge difference. Jimmy. It's Jimmy. Yes, perfect. Thank you, Ferrith. It's Jimmy. Jimmy's the one doing that. Really good. Yeah, me getting into a fight with a men and not respawning. Yeah, I mean, that would be, first of all, do respawn mechanics occur in this world, right? If you were to kill a goblin or a man in your area, would it be a crime or would it not? Are we adding realistic things like that, right? Is there a level of realism where if you kill a man, does he appear 15 seconds later with no memory of you killing him? Or is there immediately like a massive backlash from you killing this man? Are you put in prison over that? It makes a huge difference. If we're playing like RuneScape logic, this man is somehow different from the next one that respawns 15 seconds ago and there's no consequences to basically everything, then being an adventurer is necessary, basically. Now, if you take another fantasy world, suddenly that becomes much less and less. The more realism you add, the less likely you are to actually go down that path. Like, if I can punch training dummies in Varrock to level up my combat stats to the point in which a goblin stands no chance against me, and I can steal from men and women and eat shrimp that I caught myself from a shoreline to heal me instantly from any injuries that occur, then, you know, the consequences of my actions are, you know, I'm basically a hardcore Ironman at that point, and, like, I'd be a very conservative hardcore Ironman. Like, I would do nothing that would ever present, like, an actual risk of, like, death. Like, I'd basically kill men until I had 99 prayer, because keep in mind, how long does it take to get 99 prayer off of men? Years. Yeah, years, right? The odds of you getting killed by a man, very, very small. You suddenly go to giants or dragons and stuff like that, one wrong move and you're dead, right? Oops, don't have an anti-fire shield this one time I go to kill dragons. Boo, burnt to a crisp. You're dead, you're gone. That would suck. Oh my gosh. That would, yuck. Ew, yucky. So you play super conservatively, You'd still get money. Like, if you look at the prices of food in RuneScape, it's super cheap, right? Like, wine is 1 coin each here in Varlamore. Soup, you can get freaking stew, and you can get meat pies, probably made with rat meat, but still meat pies are pretty darn cheap. Like, you can get that real quick, right? So it really depends. Now, if you get, like... There's so many different fantasy worlds, though. That's the thing, is... Going to Faerun, going to Gelinor, versus going to... Oh, I don't know. The world Attack on Titan is presented in. Are you going to be one of those Titan guys that swings around and kills Titans with sword? Hell no! The ropes would snap there. I would not get my fat butt off the ground. Then again, I'd probably be starving to death because of the food shortages. So, you know, maybe desperation would force me into that. But, like, it makes such a big difference. Oh my gosh. Oh geez, Geostellar. All 3 of those messages came out at the exact same time. There's a bit of lag. Hold on. Let me check my stream settings. Stream health is healthy. That's weird. All 3 of those comments popped up at the exact same time. Yeah, that's why I specified stuff like Faerun. I think without the prophecy as an adventure, I wouldn't go beyond like tier 1 or 2, which is generally enough. Yeah, I'm exactly right. There's no reason for you to go much farther than, oh, I'm not going to be mugged by a highwayman. I think that's about the limit. Is, oh, are random dark wizards, or really dark wizards are like the only thing that would like actively try to hunt and kill you if you were lower levels. So yeah, you basically train yourself until on sand crabs until you're of high enough stat that they see you and they're like, ooh, I'm not picking a fight with them, and then stop there. Yeah, average person would be background NPC number 347. Now, you see, the average person not accustomed to RuneScape would definitely be that. People who have the advantage of knowing the RuneScape world would likely already know certain things and would likely use that as an advantage. Like, if you were transported into Gelinor, into the RuneScape land, and you had all the game knowledge that you currently have, there's no way you are not exploiting that to make as much money as possible. Right? If you know I can wear certain... If I can protect melee and go to Barrows and chugging these potions, which I can get from the supermarket, I can get legendary tier 70 gear that grant me basically godlike superpowers. What are the odds you don't get a full set of Barrows armor? Right? Then comes the question, does the world work that high level stuff at being decently... Yeah, see, now that's the thing, is, if you are at the point where you are swinging a sword and decapitating cows in one hit, that's gonna be like a power move. Like, your mind is going to think differently about how things are, right? And that also depends if it's RS3 or old school, right? You have RS3 that has elder gods and things like that, and like literal world-condemning issues that go on. Whereas old school is a lot more, I don't know, I hate to say it, but lower stakes almost. Like, things haven't happened yet in old school. Speaking of, we are 1.7k from leveling up to our goal, so... You know, I think I could happily be a really good blacksmith or something like that. Yeah, that's the thing, is you can live and do something like, you know, you get an a bronze pickaxe that you find. You go into the dwarven mines, you start mining and smithing, and, you know, you get 99 mining and smithing within, like, less than a year. Right? And the next thing you know, you're making rune plate bodies and selling them to a general market, and then you're buying runes, learning magic from a safe, like, alching your own stuff, or splashing a guard from behind a fence to level up until you can high alch stuff. And then you just have literally limitless money at that point, right? You are living high on life. Keep in mind, a house is 1,000 coins. If Gelinor exists, you can have your own house, right? You can build your own house with construction. Honestly, that's likely what everyone would do. Is everyone here would get into construction, learn how to build their houses, hit some trees, get some planks, build a beautiful, wonderful house. Right? That's likely what would happen. That's what people would want. 1,000 gold for a house? A starter home? And then you can help that one dude and he'll waive that fee for you? For helping his dad build a few pieces of furniture in a basement? Yeah. In a dilapidated house? Daddy's home is the mini quest. Yeah. If you had knowledge of the game, you'd be starting with Daddy's home. You would be building your house. You'd be immediately doing your best. You'd be picking up planks outside of the barbarian assault area, or Port Khazard. You'd be picking up planks and stuff like that. You'd be getting your construction level up, and then you'd be able to build a bed and a house and all that stuff. Oh, imagine how the Misthalin army would pay to outfit their army in actual rune gear. Yeah, exactly. Once again, we start adding realism to things, and suddenly it gets a little hairy, right? First of all, if NPCs have evolving mindsets like that, of, like, why wouldn't they pay someone to have full rune gear, right? Like, that would be people would be decked out in all sorts of gear, all over the place. If NPCs just didn't exist and it was just people in that world setting, it would be, yeah. I mean, housing costs would be immensely lower if everyone had their own pocket dimensions wherever it is to live. Yeah, exactly, right? If everyone had a pocket dimension and they could go through a pocket dimension to get their own house, yeah, housing prices would be cheaper. Construction supplies, on the other hand, would be remarkably more expensive. The scale of the world would be significantly different also. Because keep in mind, unless trees grow back in several seconds, because it's like rampant magic growth, that wouldn't happen. Well, we did it. We hit 71 Hunter. And that allows us to never, ever, ever come back to Ruby Harvests unless we need the jars. Which is nice. We'll never be back here. That is done. That is done. 71 Hunter completed. Oh. Only 2,112 Ruby Harvests. That's all it took today. 2112. Kind of funny. It's a good number. There's our mystery box number 2. We're not opening those. Again, to open those, we gotta go to the Corsair Cove, swap to a non-member's world, open them like that. Otherwise, we're not touching them with the 10-foot pole. We don't want a rune bar to totally goof us up, right? We have destroyed a generation of butterflies. That probably marks about the 50,000-60,000 mark. We've killed a lot of... Or no, we catch and release. So we're just lightly maiming them over and over and over. Yeah. I see my name in the pile? What? What pile? What name in the pile? Chunk Quest, Mini Riolo, Chunk Quest, Chunk. I'm not seeing your name anywhere. Either way, getting close to our agility grind at all. I mean, we hit 50 agility, and then we killed a bunch of skeletons to complete that task. The problem, you know what? We'll go back to. I mean, we got to go to. Let's start where we need to start. Fishing trawler. Let's teleport over there. Start with the trawler. That's where we need to go, regardless of what we're doing next. We're likely going to be that side. Okay, whether it's agility, whether it's hunter, it's going to be over here. Okay. So we got our imp in the boxes. We have 39 so far. It's magic box. That's what they are. So now we no longer need to boost. And so we can just go over here and lay our traps and chill out and AFK and catch more stuff. We have 71 and we need to go all the way up to 82 for Hunter, which sounds like quite a lot. It is going to be quite a lot. It's not going to be a short grind, but that grind is going to be infinitely more helpful and still objectively shorter than the agility grind. I still think the risk is worth the reward here. Make friends with Evil Dave. He's chill. Yeah, that would be another thing that you could do. You could make friends with Evil Dave. Hey, you could be the Evil Dave. That's the thing. Once again, it all depends on whether NPCs exist or not, right? I wonder if it would be possible to bypass certainly agility shortcut requirements if you had a decent level in another skill. You can do monkey bars if you have enough strength. But you still get agility XP. That would be interesting, but I know that's not the case. That'd be funny, though. And you see, this is why we did it. We got 24 XP from those butterflies. Boom! 450 experience. Which is not a nothing burger. That's a lot. Thing is one imp can get us 450. Boom. Drop. Just like that. Oh, that's gonna be so good. Speaking of good, let's get some jengerberries. The bush keeps respawning them. We're getting ever closer to what we need to do. Aw, looks like we're not getting too lucky on those. How do you get agility XP? Hot dang. Yeah, hot dang is... Yeah, I wish there was a way of getting agility experience alternatively. Okay, so... Yeah, that's going to be my life for a while. Is alternating between that, doing Hunter there, and getting agility. Because we still need 85 agility no matter what. So let's finish up the day with a little agility. How's that sound? We've done enough Hunter today. We'll do a little agility, show you just how nasty this grind is. How's that sound? How's that sound? Join me for some agility. Or don't actually join me for agility, because if you try to join me for agility, we can't actually cross the agility shortcut. Because only one person can cross the shortcut at a time. It's actually gated by people, which is hilarious. We also need to bring our best defensive gear, which includes the Mithril Longsword of all things. Which is this one here. It actually should be in here. Mithril Longsword. Amulet of Defense. The Rune Full Helm. There we go. Adamant Plate Legs. Mystic Boots. Blue D'hide Vambraces. And our Clue Hunter Cloak. I think that's the full set. Again, it's to stop the spiders. Boom. That looks good. Perfect. Do you know what a D&D Warlock is? I forget how much D&D stuff... I know everything about Warlocks. Geo. Everything. I've played a Warlock. 5e, Pathfinder, or earlier. It should be the question. In which case, it's 5e. I've only played 5e. That's my limit, is 5e. If only we had butterflies to give us defense boosts. Unfortunately, we don't. Alright, let's grab 5 strange fruit and a bunch of our dwindling stock of alcohol. It's funny how we're actually finding uses for the jugs of wine. If you as a person had to get a warlock patron. Ooh. Who would it be and what would you give up, or what terms of your pact? Ooh, that's a good question, Geo. First of all, had to get a warlock patron is very different from choosing to. So let's clarify the rules here. Oh, there's someone crossing right there. It's kind of funny. Oh, and into the pit we go. Hooray! 15 damage. That's just what I like to see. Woohoo. Oh, into the pit. Woohoo. 0 XP, by the way. Oh, into the pit. Woohoo. If you try 5.5, I haven't made the junk yet and wanted the perspective on it if you have it. I have not tried 5.5. It's just 5e that I've played. And Geo, yeah, I need some clarification on that. I have, and it's really good. I enjoyed a lot. Okay. Well, that's good. Sounds good. What is going on? Is our agility drained to 1 or something? No, it's fine. We just are failing over and over and over. What the heck? Oh my gosh. That was a series of unfortunate events. Oh my goodness. That sucked. As a devout paladin, I would simply reach out to my patron deity. Yeah, and that's exactly what I was thinking of. Now, here's the thing, is if it's the world of D&D, you know gods exist. There have been instances of gods coming down to the earth. You have actual people with godlike superpowers and priests that can resurrect people from the dead if you have enough diamond, right? Like, in that world, how would you not be religious at that point? Like, so, now if it's one of those things like, oh, I'm a sailor and I drowned and, like, I was given the option of, like, either being the subject to a warlock patron or death, then, I mean, basically you take whatever that is and you take whatever the cost is. That's how warlocks work, right? Warlocks don't generally actively seek out becoming a warlock. It's usually a devil, a demon, an eldritch horror, something along that line, taking advantage of someone in dire straits, and basically putting them in a no-win scenario where they have to absolutely... Yeah, okay, so you become a warlock to save your own life. You can choose the type of patron, you can make it laugh, so it has to be from the player handbook. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let's take a look at some patrons. So there are... here's the thing, is there's... Let's talk about the categories first. Great Old One Warlock wants to know your location, Relix. Sorry. That's... If the Great Old One wants to see me, they can message me on Discord. So, there are a bunch of different archetypes of Warlock patrons. If we start there, there's Fiend patrons from Infernus. There's the Fae, right? Archfey patrons. There's the Great Old One style patrons, you know, cosmic deities. There's also cursed blades, like a hex blade. There's the Raven Queen. There's heavenly and celestial warlock patrons as well, which is kind of interesting. I mean, first of all, if you had to choose, yeah, I mean, it would obviously probably be a heavenly celestial patron, being bound to a greater good in that sense, where you could basically be a reverse warlock. Hexblade fighter multi-class, my beloved. There's the Undying patrons as well, which are like liches and things like that. That would probably be my... Like, if I couldn't choose, like, a celestial patron, one, because, like, obviously that's the easy choice, is, you know, you don't want to corrupt your moral situation. So in a way, there are warlocks who go out and choose to be warlocks. You don't get a patron to give you power. You go out and steal it from the creature so powerful that it does not feel you doing that. Yes and no. It depends. It really just depends. Sometimes sometimes it could be just right place, right time. You have, actually there's the new Critical Role series on Amazon. If you have Prime Video, you can watch it. What's it called? The Mighty Nine. If you ever watch The Mighty Nine, one of them is a warlock and has the Great Old One as their patron. You look at that storyline, he did not seek out the Great Old One. The Great Old One found him. Right? There are many warlocks who choose to become warlocks for the power. Yeah, but why would you, like, if you were in D&D, why would you choose to be a warlock? I guess it's because it's easy. First of all, let's assume that you can't become a sorcerer, because sorcerers are for magically gifted people from bloodlines that have some sort of, they're touched by the Fae or touched by dragonkind. You don't have that capability. You are not a sorcerer. Sorry, bud. No sorcerer for you. Which gives you a whole slew of other things that you can do, right? D&D classes are so diverse, right? Obviously, if you had your knowledge, your capabilities, you would not, correct me if I'm wrong, but no one would just go out of the way being like, I want to be a fighter. No, you're in a world of magic. You're gonna want to use magic in one way or another, right? Some sort of a magic half-caster at least. You're gonna want some sort of imbuement. Like, it would have to be, like, yeah. Hold on, let me, 5e classes. Shoot, there's a lot more than I remember. Ah, that's because that is a weird wiki. I don't think I could be a wizard, but I think I could do bard. Yeah, exactly. If you could just, Geo. Yeah, there's, like, hexblade fighter. Yeah, thing is a hexblade, it's a magical blade that is your patron. Back to the warlock scenario. A hexblade, or a weaponized patron, would probably be the simplest patron to work with, because, like, all they crave is blood or something like that. Cleric is the only correct choice. Yeah, that's the thing, is cleric or paladin, realistically, like, in a world where gods are all around you, it would be hard not to be a cleric or a paladin, right? To have divine favor and be able to smite people with literally holy radiant light is, and cure poisons and resurrect the, like, you basically become a living, breathing, you'd become almost godlike yourself going that route. Like, at higher levels, I think you just stop aging. I mean, you do so with the monk class, I know that for sure, but, like, you become effectively immortal at higher levels. To quote someone way more famous than me, not everyone would just do anything. Yeah, like, if you just have an inherent hatred for, like, if you were born and raised on this earth as an atheist, you really hate the idea of religion, you go to another world, you might be not dead set on joining a religion, even though, like, there's a visual clarity that there is definitely something going on. People who choose to be atheist, again, I don't want to go too far into religion, but people who are atheist in this life, if put into a D&D world, I think it would be tricky for them to suddenly pick up religion, because they're just making an active choice here not to look for that, like, to actively basically avoid that. And over there, I don't think it would be much different. I think they would just actively try to do things under their own power and their own strength, right? There are other options that are decent as well, right? Because you have, like, barbarian, fighter, monk, and rogue, which not a lot of people would choose, honestly, unless it's like some, you know, half caster, like the what is it, the What's it called? What's it called? What's that knight class? That's like, it's like a half caster fighter class. I can't remember what it was, but like, yeah, I'm a convinced atheist. I will still pick cleric in a D&D world. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not saying everyone would, but Ice, if you are a convinced atheist, then you probably know other atheists. And some of them have a much firmer stance against any and all existence of gods. Yeah, not everyone is going to choose that. It's definitely, objectively, probably the right option. The average person is an 8844 peasant, let's be real. Yeah, medieval times, 88844 peasant would definitely be correct. However, we are not them. We have some advantages that peasants do not. We have steroid-riddled foods, which made us grow big and strong. My dexterity would be low. Like, I'd be, like, if we had to put things, like, into it... Honestly, that's a whole video in and of itself, which I think would be fantastic. I think it would be really fun to do, like, a D&D IRL, where people's stats are based on their actual, like, what D&D score they would actually have. There would be a lot of people in middle grounds, but like, and we'd need to come up with tests that would allow us to actually test for those things. Like, for example, strength could be like how much you can bench press, right? Clerics and warlocks are the same thing from a conceptual POV. Change my mind. Yeah, I'll change your mind. The primary difference between clerics and warlocks is clerics want to help their patrons. Warlocks are forced into a contract and have no way to back out. That's the difference. Functionally, very, very similar. The spells are also different, but that, I'd say, is the primary difference. Is one is a contract that you cannot break, the other one is optional. You can choose to leave as a cleric at any time, and there's no consequences to that, or very little consequence in comparison to a warlock, which is usually like death or the complete stripping of your magic power. Like, betraying a patron is not a good thing for a warlock. The line gets fuzzy with druid because I guarantee you every single furry in the world would pick druid. That's not even a question. So the entire tech industry likely would be druids. Period. That would be a no questions asked thing. Like, they're like, cleric, oh cool, wield the power of God. Nah, I want to be a freaking cat and a bear and an owl and an eagle and stuff like that. Like, I mean, that's appealing to a lot of people, not just furries, honestly. But yet, being able to transform it, but then again, you have polymorph as a wizard. You can do that similarly as well without restricting yourself as a druid, right? So there are, like, you gotta really think about this, right? I would 100% fumble into being a warlock. Yeah, there are some people who would fumble into certain things. Okay, so you have barbarian, fighter, monk, and rogue. Unless you're like an absolute isolationist, you want to just be as far away from people, you hate people, and you have terrible charisma, you're not going to pick being a monk. You're not going to want to isolate yourself for years and become a monk. Barbarian is just angry people. There would be a few people who become barbarians just for the fact that, like, their body type. Because keep in mind, we're taking you as a person, putting them in a fantasy world, right? Barbarian. High constitution, high strength, big beefy people who like drinking tons of alcohol. Likely choose barbarian, and there would be benefits to that, right? You know, you can take a hit. All the furries are dog furries. Deers are just dogs with antlers. Sharks are just dogs with fins. Fight me. Oh yeah, Ahumaya. Ignore me. I'm dumb. What? No, you're not dumb. Oh shoot. I totally did miss your comment. Sorry about that, Ferrith. Have you tried the Watchtower Trellis agility shortcut? It might be better XP. Like in RS3, it's the main training method. Yeah, only one. I think you actually just realized that. That's the Watchtower Trellis right there. I would 100% be doing that if it was an option. It's a good idea, Ferrith. It's just unfortunately one chunk away. It's so unfortunate. What the heck? Did I get stuck on that side of something? Oh, not Fremen got a log basket. Crazy. At 100% seek the church. Yeah. Only difference is how nice your patron is to you. That too, right? One gives you boons and blessings. The other one corrupts your body and makes you stronger for their own benefit. I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was part of that chunk. Yeah, well, it's because we've seen Chunk, you know, right? And like Yanille in general, you don't think of half of Yanille, right? You think of all of Yanille usually, but that unfortunately is in the western side of Yanille, which is weird. But yeah, I feel like most atheists have just done believe in God if you get the works, very little prayer. But here's the thing though, right, is there are other, like, objectively, clerics and paladins, it makes sense, right? It makes sense that you'd kind of go in that direction. But there are some individualists, smart people, right, that would just be like, I don't need to rely on them, I can make my own magic. Wizard, right there, right? Like, how many level 1 clerics and paladins would exist? Probably quite a lot. If we were all transported to that world, there'd be tons of clerics and paladins. Because there's already religious people on Earth. A lot of them. You take the entire Muslim population. Suddenly you... Or Christian population. Catholic population. Any of those populations, you put, divinity, revelation, right in front of their face, show you objective truth, and tell them, there are multiple gods. You can choose which one you choose to follow. By the way, we're here. Hi, we all represent different things. Monotheism would cease to exist. Polytheism, you'd believe in all the gods. It would be just general knowledge you'd believe in all the gods. You'd have to be a denial, basically a flat earther at that point, in order to, like, be at the point of, yeah, no, I don't believe in no gods. No, you'd likely have friends or family or anyone like that that would have certain gods that you'd pray to, right? So there'd be tons of people. That explains why churches are such a large part in D&D, why they're massive cathedrals and donation centers and stuff like that set up all around the world, because religion's just such a huge part of that area. That's also why wizardry schools, you know, big old centers for teaching wizardy things, are also large, right? Different schools of magic. But there are fewer of those. Heck, chances for a god to come out your weekend barbecue are non-zero in that world. Yes. Chances are that they come out of the barbecue are non-zero. Like, there's literally... there's a non-zero chance of almost anything happening. Heck, the entire... weave or magic network was at one point in D&D lore completely wrenched apart by some superhuman wizard person who casted a level 12 spell. That's the reason why there's only level 9 spells in 5e, is because this catastrophic event occurred where he basically became godlike in and of himself, and in order to prevent magic from basically ripping the world apart, limitations on magic were placed and set. Right? The only reason you would ever go the necromancer route, I think, is if you wanted, like, an army of skeletons and immortality. I think that's about it. Right? "100% believe in whatever god is responsible for healing." Yeah, the whole thing is there's things like greater restoration. You have cancer? No, you don't. No cancer for you. Right? Then again, there's also, like... Yeah. Again, I insist that to be a cleric, you need not just to worship a god, you have to be chosen by a god to get their powers. I don't think that's true, though. And for a paladin, you need to have a ton of conviction in your oath. Yeah, I don't think that's correct, though. Think about all of the people in a D&D world that work in and around those temples. Level 1 clerics. Every single one of them. Revivify is a necromancy spell, I believe, though that may be heresy. Is it? Is it a necromancy spell? Yeah, it's a School of Necromancy healing spell. Instantaneous, 3rd level spell. Diamond worth 300 gold, which the spell consumes. Yeah. I mean, the more you worship a god and the better you do, you get more powers. That's how levels work. Yeah, basically. It's basically a Ponzi... Oh, no. I think you just described Scientology right there. Ice. You just described the levels of Scientology right there. The better you do, the more people you convert, the more you bring in, the more money you donate, the better of an afterlife you get, right? That's kind of what you just described, more or less. Oh, man, sorry. Actually, no, there are even more peasants and other commoners who believe in the local church's god they believe devoutly, do not have magic themselves. Ooh, Geo, no, you are correct. I might consider the cleric choice, if we're given an option. And here's the thing, is cleric, obviously, well, again, it comes down to your base stats, right? There must be some level of gods choosing clerics. I think there's like... Actually, there is. Hold on. I got it. I got the answer. Hold on. That's it. During character creation... Oh my gosh. Someone's opening up a lot of... Holy cow. Chunk Matt. That's opening up a lot of clue things. Save some collection logs for the rest of us, Matt. Yeah, no kidding. Holy cow. Minimum stat requirements. There are minimum stat requirements in D&D. Okay. So, for example, in order to multi-class as a wizard, you need a 13 int. However, in order to actually cast a spell, you need level 10 to be able to prepare and cast spells. Okay, so there's a minimum level. Right? You need to be a certain level of smart to be able to cast spells in D&D. Minimum stats per class. Let me just look this up real quick. Yeah, wait, hold on. Yeah, I think it comes down to stats. I think if your wisdom is... Because keep in mind, like, the cleric and the paladin use wisdom, do they not? So you need to be a certain level of wise in order to actually be suitable for the role of a cleric. Right? That's why peasants aren't clerics. Because they're dumb. They're dum-dums. If all your stats are 8s, or, you know what, let's just look it up. Hold on. D&D 5e peasant stat block. Commoner. That's it. So if you were a commoner, it's a flat 10 across the board as a commoner. Whatever that 8s and 6s are, those are like unintelligent peasants. But a commoner Oh my gosh, what the heck is the wizard minimum? Ah, what's going on? Why the heck did this type? Wizard minimum intelligence. Woo! How in the world? Why did that type there? That is weird. That's hilarious. I typed that into Google and for some reason it showed up on stream. Huh. Is that Chaos Druid Warrior okay? Who knows? Jeez. So I'm doing a dude for D&D. Hold on. Love the idea of a Ferengi divine treasury. Gotta buy our way in. Yeah. Also, there's a ton of wizards who worship Mysteria, and she might help give them divine insight in their research without being clerics. That's fair. Mysteria is the god of magic. So I'm a dude for D&D campaign. It shows to roll stats. Got 17, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. Yep. Roll once or point die. Okay. That's a stacked character. Even though that's how I run my games, or almost all my player characters do have a god they worship, even though they're not clerics. That is fair. Paladins use charisma, actually. So paladins are charisma. Clerics are wisdom, right? So you need to be either wise or charismatic. You need to be, like, devout, show-offish of your religion. Bro was buried up to his chest. It's kind of funny. Yeah, so you need a certain base level in order to get a class. Commoners, straight 10s across the board. And that's if you're just a regular person. Like, you can... That's read and write level. Bare minimum. 10s across the board. You can read, you can write. You have 1d8 hit points. Average of 4. You have 4 health. Right? A cat can kill you in 24 seconds if it wanted to and hit you properly. Cat does, I believe, 1 damage per hit. Yeah, the stat block across the board for commoners. 10s, armor class 10, hit points 4, speed 30 feet. Right? That's a commoner. Bro was buried up to his chest. I'll have to look back on the footage. What was going on? One of the... Was it just the yeah, 8 int, you're unable to speak at all? No. It's not 8 int. Hold on. Intelligence to speak. Generally, DMs use intelligence of 4 or 5 as the threshold for human-like speech and language comprehension. There's the general rule of thumb. An intelligence of 1 to 3 is animalistic. So you are instinct only, generally cannot speak or understand complex language. 4 to 5, threshold of speak. Creatures like ogres or wyverns or an awakened animal might have that intelligence. 6 to 7, basic literacy and communication. Creatures can hold basic conversations, understand simple commands. They'll likely have a limited vocabulary and might not grasp metaphorical speech. Okay? 8 or 9, slightly below average. They can speak fluently, understand multiple languages possibly, but are slow to solve puzzles, frequently get confused by riddles. Okay? So, then I had an a-hole DM. Yes, you definitely had an a-hole DM, if that's... Really? Really, Ahumaya? Yeah, no, I'm just reading an article, an overview. Unfortunately, that's how it broke it up. But yeah, I'd say yeah. I think it's 10. 10 is the average. That is literally, I think 10 is the literacy, like the you can read and write level of things. If you have an int of 9, you're struggling to read properly, right? You're below average, so you have that level of of reading comprehension. You might be able to read. You can still speak fluently. You can still live a normal life with an 8 or a 9 intelligence. But, you know, reading, writing, math, not your strong suits, right? So, yeah, that's the basics. 10, literacy rate. That's the reason why it's the base requirement for a mage. You need to be able to read and write. Done. It's going to still take you a lot longer than someone with a higher intelligence in order to learn things, obviously. The smarter you are, the faster you learn things, generally. Or the faster you're able to comprehend things, I should say. Yeah. So there's got to be specific numbers as well for every other class. Like warlocks. What do warlocks require? Right? What are warlocks based on? They're charisma, right? Aren't warlocks charisma based? They need to be able to deceive and beguile people with their words. Same with bards, same with paladins, but for different reasons, obviously. Developing speech and language is somewhat instinctual for humans. Well, yeah, I mean, that's, again, the odds of you... Put it this way. What are the odds of you rolling a 1 to 3? The animalistic, cannot speak, basic comprehension. What are the odds of, if you rolled for stats, of 3 1s in a row? That's so low. That's so incredibly low. Like, the dumbest people on Earth right now, absolute, like, the people who grew up in caves still have an intelligence of probably 6. Right? Like, the 60 IQ people probably have an intelligence of 6, right? Keep in mind, 60 is, like, the inverse of 140 IQ. Like, these are basically vegetables, but they can still generally understand things. Now, I mean, you get, like, stroke patients and stuff that can no longer communicate. That's when the intelligence score drops below that. That's about it. Yeah, warlocks need charisma, exactly. Which, you know, like my grandmother, she had a stroke. And it became very, very apparent when she had her stroke that she was no longer able to communicate properly. She was no longer able to speak or talk or do anything like that, right? I would say if she were a D&D character, that her intelligence had dropped to a point where she could no longer communicate. Stat of 1 to 3, right? At 0, you die, right? There are intellect devourers that drain your stats in D&D. And if you ever hit 0, you just cease to exist. Your mind is mush. Right? In D&D, willpower is a mix of wisdom and charisma. Charisma is influencing others. Wisdom is resisting that. Yeah. Basically. Wisdom is knowing when you're being duped. Okay, so with that, you know, there are going to be base stats. You're going to have to be at least a competent human being in certain things to become certain things. It's bad that I have a spell in mind that would have done that. No. I can think of a... I can think of a spell like that. But yeah, basically, that's what intelligence drain does. Yeah, let's look through this. To be a barbarian or a warrior or anything like that. Hold on. Yeah, barbarian, fighter, monk, rogue. Let's start there. To be a barbarian, you need to be able to take a punch. You need to be able to hit something. Base stat, you need 10 strength. You need to be average strength. You have average constitution. You need to be able to take a hit, right? Same with fighter. Except fighter can maybe be more of a ranged fighter, so instead of strength, you have dexterity. Monk is probably a lot harder. I think it's probably you need strength, you need dexterity, and you need wisdom You don't need charisma, obviously. You're not talking to many people as a monk on a mountain, right? A rogue, dexterity. And it's probably a little bit higher than 10, right? You need to be able to sneak. Oh, old man. Okay, hold on. We're gonna... What is this? Oh, it's a maze random. We got a maze random. Alright, let's speed through this. Here we go. Here we go. We got a maze random, everyone. Let's look at where we're going. We are not going that way. We're going this way. You ready? And let's go. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Keep going. We got this. Let's get a low percentage. Let's get our stuff. We don't need these chests. Oh shoot. Oh my gosh, we went down. Oh my goodness, my brain. Oh, we're wasting so much time. Oh my goodness. Oh no. We wasted like a whole percent going down a slightly long arm of a road. That's awful. Oh, we gotta go back down and back out, and oh my goodness. This is not a good map for us. That's a dead end as well. That's the spot right there. Right there. Inwards here. Hopefully we don't have any other more outs. We can just keep going in. But knowing my luck, yep, that's an outie. And we gotta go here for an outie. Oh my gosh. I think we spawned in the farthest spot possible. Doesn't help that we goofed a little bit as well, but yeah, we're gonna get like 65. Hopefully we don't get the number I think we're gonna. Yeah, there we go. Oh, 65%. That's rough. Ooh. Coins and death runes. Double coin drop. That's probably the worst thing we could have gotten. That sucks. Death runes aren't too bad, but, I mean, what are we going to use death runes? We don't really have the air runes for that. Where's our mind rune drop? Come on. I'm kidding. Where's our nature runes? Our mithril ores and... Ugh, that sucks. 13 is generally the base you need to multi-class into a particular class. So getting at least above average as your main thing. Yeah, no, the thing is, 13 is required to multi-class. 10 is required as the base stat. Or at least that's what me reading up was. Which Maze gave mind runes. So did I. I wish there was like, even if the chests opened and gave you mind runes there, that would have been a great addition. But nope. Of course it doesn't. It's just elemental runes, crappy bolts and arrows, and potions. Can't forget about the potions. Woohoo! Oh, look at that. Poisoned again. Good thing we have strange fruit. Yum yum. Delightful. Yeah, but you have you do have the warrior classes. Barbarian, fighter, monk, rogue. I don't think many people are going to choose those, right? They're a lot of hard work. They involve you being in the front lines, and odds are you're gonna get your butt kicked. And it's gonna suck. Monks are desk and wisdom than strength, actually. Yeah, exactly. But keep in mind, strength is still beneficial on monks, depending on what they do, right? Depends on the build. There's hybrid classes, like artificer, bard, cleric, druid, paladin, even the ranger, right? I mean, who wouldn't want an animal companion as a ranger, right? Have a pet wolf. That's kind of neat. But, you know, ranger, dexterity. Druid, wisdom. Paladin, charisma. Cleric. I believe that's also wisdom. Oh, Mad Autistic just got, really? Mad Autistic got Hespori Seed. Pylon's Chunk just got the Jar of Light. What is the jar of light? Hold on. Oh, that's the Mad Angel. Just got the Mad Angel drop. That's cool. You know, when I was younger, I was actually started playing RuneScape by attacking Killer Trees random event. Huh. Scared off. Oh, yeah. No, I guess so. Because they can spawn out of nowhere. And, ooh, scary tree. Yeah, I can see that. I could see that. I mean, I was afraid of the wall hands in Ocarina of Time. Still a little spooked out by the hands in Elden Ring, honestly. I think that definitely became a thing. You know, the Elden Ring hands enemies? If any of you have seen them, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The finger creepers, I think is what they're called. Yeah, that's them right there. Let me get a picture. And yeah, look away if you do not like multi-fingered hands. That. Look at how many fingers that is. It's basically a giant hand spider. Oh, yuck. Yeah, not a fan of those. Gloom hands and Tears of the Kingdom are creepy. Yep, they are too. I love those dudes. They were unnerving. I was not a huge fan of them. So I get you, right? Yeah. You're like just wood cutting, so peaceful, kind of AFK, and then boom, die out of nowhere because a tree decided to fight back. Yeah. I mean, it's like the evil chicken. Oh my gosh. The evil chicken was freaky. It's like, you know, you're just sitting there, cutting trees, fishing, mining, whatever, and then giant over-leveled chicken is coming at you with magic. Like a type, I'm not sure if it was a typeless magic or if it was a magic attack, but like, back when everything was two-dimensional, that sucker was the biggest, scariest boss you could encounter, right? I don't even think it dropped anything. Remember breaking your axes? Getting a broken axe handle or a broken axe head and then having to go repair your axe? Oh, remember when they introduced the sleep mechanic and had you finish captchas? That was an interesting time, and that only lasted for a little while. That was a few months, I think. There's actually a really fun little fun Shiloh Village fact, actually. Right here, this pub upstairs is an area that used to have sleeping bags. And you'd buy a ticket and go up there and you'd sleep and you'd recover your run energy. And you could not restore your run energy without sleeping in a sleeping bag or some other sleeping area. Good old Paramaya Inn, yeah. RuneScape history videos. Yeah, it's very uncommon, but yeah, that's a thing. So as you can see, we've been going at this for a little bit of time now. And we are still 4,000 experience from level up. Agility sucks. This is not fun. This is not super groovy. Also, did my character model shift a little bit? Hold on. Yeah, I think it did. Or maybe the layout is different? I don't remember this being all the way over. I thought it was double stackered, but... Huh. Oh well. Imagine running until you were exhausted and just having to pass out to recover. Exactly. Oh, there's Auxie Grace. Better let Auxie cross. Oh, there's us falling in the pit again. Every day I'm shuffling, Chunkmist, aware of the reference. No, I'm very aware of that reference. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I know, but I can't really do anything about that reference because as soon as I try to do something about that reference, I get copyright claimed, right? When it comes to songs, can't do anything. More like every day I'm suffering right now. Yeah, okay. I think it's about time we call her for there. We've been going for basically 5 hours. And it's just going to be more agility. By the way, we did pass the 100,000 agility mark, which is kind of neat. Which is cool. But yeah, we're gonna end there for today. We accomplished our goals. We killed the skeletons. We got another hunter level, so we can do that AFK, which is cool and chill and great. We're getting a little higher on agility. Unfortunately, the next agility requirement to actually do something of interest is like, I mean, it's like 66, 68, somewhere in between, something like that. That's about it, right? We got a ways to go. So yeah. Thank you for watching, everyone. I appreciate you coming by. Farith, I will check your Discord message as soon as we're done here, and I'll respond to that. And, yeah, I think we're good. Thank you again. And as always, I will see you guys in the next one. Adoodles.